Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a lovely Friday morning and we have enough packed up to keep you going today. Thank God it's Friday. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And most definitely, I am Onyeka Valentine. Like Lizzie rightly said, it is Friday and great things are on the way.
Absolutely. How's the week been for you?
I would say fantastic, right? Unlike usual, where I will come with some, bots and bots. But today, no bots.
No bots, wow.
No bots at all, whether it's social media bots or normal bots. Based on grammar, But one thing for sure I know that is going to happen today is we'll quickly run the show swiftly, nice. And then for ladies, they will let their hair down. For gentlemen, take off your suit and then prepare to enjoy the weekend.
Absolutely. It's been a lovely week so far in general in Nigeria. I would say to this week, we've seen a lot of companies doing their economic outlook, all of that. January is where we usually have all the outlooks. But I would say that one recurring message across board is one of optimism. Companies are really optimistic. There's one thing that companies know that they need to do if they want to really experience growth this year is to embrace digital transformation, embrace AI innovation.
Why did I think about this?
Yeah.
I was just joking. I knew it's a general thought.
Right, and just make sure that they keep reinventing themselves. That's how the people that win, and that's how the people that will win.
I'm glad you mentioned AI very quickly. I mean, truth be told, right now, anyone who is not AI enabled, right, is obviously living under the rock.
Absolutely.
But again, there's a big question which has been in the point of debate across, social media and every other part, meetings and everything. Look, do you want AI to be your aid or your master? That is a big question. I think we should do a story on that. Because if you don't, when something is not guided, you end up living your life based on, they call it dogma, out of someone else's thinking. And is it really a human being behind that? Or did you just take information from different areas, juggle it up, and then feed it back to you, regurgitate this information? AI as a whole could be, addictive if care is not taken. And it begs the question again, critical thinking could be thrown out of the window if AI is dependent on 100%.
Yeah, I think the thing with AI is there's a tendency for you to just get really addicted to it, the likes of ChatGPT and Gemini and all of that stuff. And you get so addicted to it, and you don't, you take away the aspect of critical thinking. It has its upside in that it makes things easier, like faster. I realized, like, even as a journalist, so I was at the gathering the other day, and then someone said to me that as a journalist, like, AI, don't I think that AI has probably taken away the real journalism in terms of the work that you get to do and then the research. And you said not really, but I think a little bit. I think a little bit, but I think it's something for us to just be conscious about. Because if you're not conscious about it, you can really get carried away. And AI hallucinates. Sometimes it's giving you the wrong information.
Most definitely.
And you just take the information for what it is. There's something I noted the other day about how ChatGPT, once you put once you're talking about the US president, it will always write former US president. And then I'm like, if you're not careful, like if you just put in your information like garbage out, you just always get that former US, and then you could be reading the news or doing whatever it is, and you're saying former, and that's what happens. So the other day, then I respond to my AI. I said, so why do you? Because I always talk to my AI like we're speaking, because really it's our companion. So I said, why do you keep putting former for President Trump? And then he says to me, I have the chart. I wish I could have shown it. And then he said to me that it's former. I'm like, no, but and it was not schooling me that you use former when the person was past president. I was like, but he is the current sitting president. And I said, oh, really, Lizzie, that's true. I'm like, so what?
You're having a constructive conversation with a non-human.
Exactly. They said, oh, really, that's true. And I'm like, so then why do you use former? It says this is noted. So it's proud. Like the ChatGPT is proud. I said, oh, this is noted. It's of it to. Then I said, please, going forward, make use of this. Always make use of the current.
And guess what? If you open a different page and ask that same question, it will not take correction to give you the same answer.
Exactly. So imagine. So sometimes I hallucinate. So one needs to also be careful and just do a little bit of reading as well. Reading. We can't take away the part where everyone needs to read. That's really the way, because AI, everyone is speaking the same language. This is like the same thing. You're seeing insights. Or like it's like the same language, and certainly we don't all speak the same way.
Most definitely. But I think one thing that helps, Grammarly, but really helps. It helps to if you make a mistake, it will suggest a different way to approach it. And as a journalist, if, for instance, you are out there, maybe you are the compare for a conference or a seminar, and then you want to quickly just make sure that even though you are a master in what you do, but you want to cross-check your grammar, you cross-check some certain things, or cross-check your pronunciation, AI actually does help. But again, the question is, could it end up being the master, or could it just end up being an aid?
Yeah, we all should aim for it to be an aid. But away from the AI conversations, let's go and see what we have on our headlines this morning. First headline this morning says, reps pass 58.47 trillion naira budget for second. And then plan to implement cargo tariff increase from February 2nd. And sit at home, Soludo says market must open every weekday after meeting with market leaders. That's one from the eastern side. And finally, European Bank launches first investment in Nigeria. Those are some of our headlines this morning. But I think the one that is really catching my fancy this morning is the sit at home with Soludo saying the market must open every weekday after meeting with market leaders, because we can't take away the fact that this sit at home measures, or sit at home, what should I call it? It is detrimental for business. It's detrimental for the growth of the eastern state. If you're having to sit at home when you should be selling, when you should be, you should be buying. It has detrimental impact to the community, the society, to the people. So yeah, I'm with Soludo on that.
100%. I mean, yesterday when we had this conversation, I think 2 days ago, conversation with I and Debbie regarding this particular thing, and so we were talking about, look, as the chief security officer of the state, right? His own job is to make sure running the state comes at a positive end, not necessarily negative end where they have to now sit back and now think of mitigating. He wants to be able to pay salaries because tax is being collected. He wants to be able to run a lot of other stuff in the state. So if you have a major working day, a major trading day taken away from the week, remember, Anambra State is also, Onitsha as a whole, is a commercial city as it stands. And apart from you have government parastatals, you also have the chunk of the money that comes via tax from those businesses. Whether it's in Opiweka in Onitsha, whether it is in different areas right there in Anambra State. So when that sit at home most definitely started, people thought it was a joke, but it has now lasted for too long. They moved from saying, look, releasing Nnamdi Kanu to make sure we need security when we go out to the marketplace. I kind of agree with them that, look, security is important. Yes, most definitely. You can't run businesses in an area where it is not secure. Having said so, this is not a one-man show. Everyone must come together and say, look, can we all make it happen? And he's willing to discuss with different parties, different people, different stakeholders in the security network. Since he's the chief security officer of the state, people should give it to him. And so if he has given that conversation and people still don't want to yield, he will have no choice, right, to press down his executive power, which obviously is a mandate given to him since he is elected and he has been elected to that office, duly elected, right, not from behind the scene or whatever. He's duly elected, legally elected. So what am I trying to say is that some might like it, some might not like it, but if he now says, if you don't come on Monday, then no market at all, just one of the measures to make sure that people start coming to open their shop, start coming to market and open their shop on Mondays. Money is being lost, revenue is being lost, and revenue is being lost, as the case may be. However, what is the downtime, or rather, what's the negative impact of this? We see people on the streets of Onitsha, they are close to the head bridge. They had a small, I wouldn't call it small, we would call it small now, but they had some form of protest saying, look, this is what they want. The people most definitely have the power. But what is government really? Government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. So is a stalemate here. Would we say ego is playing somewhere? I'm almost tempted to say yes. Because if the governor gives in, then every other stuff that will come forward that might not be in the interest of the people, he will have no choice but to give in. So I think he's standing his ground. Obviously, he's not standing alone. He has other people who are also with him. Again, you also have rivals. Whether it is being instigated by the rival party, we don't know. But he's keen about that market must open on Monday. Otherwise, no market at all.
Yeah, another headline this morning is about the cargo tariff increase from February 2nd. February 2nd is already here. That's literally Tuesday, if I'm correct, because today is... And we're seeing, by the way, January has really lasted for a long time. I can't like, why are we still at 30th? Why are we still, can we just...
Anyone watching right now will like, oh, that's true. But the real reason why we think January is so long is because, for some people, when is payday going to come?
It has lasted for too long. Right. Yesterday I was like, why are we still in January? Like, what's going on? Anyway, cargo tariff to be increased, and this one is from FAN, that to implement cargo tariff increase from February 2nd. I wonder what that means for flyers, for people who might be business, owners of businesses who
logistics
run logistic company and all of that stuff that have to transport goods, into in and out of Nigeria. That might be a little bit of burden for them? Because trust me, this year started with some burden and that we can't take away. And I'm talking about taxes. Taxes, the old tax conversation has been quite overwhelming for most Nigerians, you know, thinking about paying taxes. Not saying that we don't want to pay, but so it's something new to us, and most especially because you think about how well utilized will my taxes be. I don't just want to be dashing money to the government. But now you're seeing this one now for people who are business owners who run businesses, goods and services, and they're thinking now, okay, so what would this mean for them if the tariff, if the tariff increase from February 2nd, and I mean February 2nd is already here already, so that's also something to think about this morning.
I mean, truth be told, it's something that most people who are not used to will raise an eyebrow. But like I've always said, there is no economy that can thrive if taxes are not being paid. There's no economy that can thrive if some level of evaluation based on tariffs and some certain other things are not looked into, because it's all out there to benefit the nation, so the nation can generate funds. But I agree with you 100%. Yes, it's not as if we don't want to pay taxes. And then for those who are into this freight business, those who are into, cargo business, there are a lot of companies out there. It will not only impact them one way or the other, but also it will trickle down. Remember, whether it is in the formal sector or informal sector, once there is goods and services being transported, especially via cargo plane, as it lands, most definitely, there's a tariff there. Most definitely, some level of tax comes out of it. But the big question now is, can we be certain that the money and the so-called tariffs that we are now projecting might be higher come February 2nd, will the money be utilized properly? Can we afford to now say, first of Kiamo, good and fine, can our airports begin to look even far better? Can we have safer airports? Can we be able to, market Nigeria very well? Remember, the first point of call for anyone who travels to any nation, right, is the airport. So if your airport is filthy, dirty, the AC doesn't work properly, what kind of reception is that? So if all this money they're trying to mop up from different areas can be put into, building the airports, rather maintain the airports very well, the sanitary section, maintain some certain equipment, make sure things run very well, not just international airport, local airports too. If that can happen, then I would say, that tariff is welcome one way or the other.
And when you think about the share, it's moved from 7. Looking at this story here, it says the port charges will rise from 7 naira to 20 naira per kilogram. But quite, what's the word? Justifiedly, if there's any word like that. Apparently, it's been 2 decades of not reviewing these tariffs. That's since 2006, so 2 decades. It's 2026. So yeah, it's worthy of a review, because ideally you should be reviewing things like every 5 years or so. So 20 years, it definitely should be reviewed. But then thinking about from 7 to 20 per kilogram, I would have thought perhaps 10.
Do you know what this means?
From 7 to 10.
It means that the money you will now pay to transport anything via cargo and shipment or flight, as the case may be, via the airport, right, will most definitely go up. So there are some people who have created their business around that freighting thing, around that cargo business. If care is not taken, the ripple effect could be they could downsize if they can't meet up. That's the fact. Salaries could be cut, right? Reduced for workers, right? For some other private companies. And remember, apart from the fact that the plane will bring the cargo, you have other logistic companies that will have to now, pick it up and follow through. So this charging whatever will trickle down. Will it even make, salaries or rather jobs be retained, or will it cause job loss? We don't know. But one thing we are sure of is the money is going to be used, or put this way, one thing we're sure of is that the money is going to be collected, but will it be used properly?
I want to believe it to be used. I think for me, I'm also just thinking about being on the you know, the last side of the chain, because as a consumer, you definitely be affected, because then this means that the prices, so you're importing goods right into the country. What this means is then that because the prices
most definitely
have to go up for you know, cargo, so you are having to pay more. So that means that if I'm importing say clothing into the country, and maybe I was doing you know, simple items for like 50,000 or something, I might have to take the prices up for my buyers. So that means that buyers who are already complaining of you know how expensive it is will have to now deal with, because obviously I have to increase the price
because you'll be paying more.
They will have to pay more. So I think this is just for everyone to just get their minds ready. February 2nd is already here, so we definitely be seeing things more expensive now for imported goods. But this should also say something for us and our economy, that there's an opportunity for us to actually diversify businesses. There are so many business opportunities, but that's also a story for another day, because for businesses to thrive in the country, we need electricity. We can't overemphasize the importance of electricity. We need an enabling environment, which we don't quite have. So that's also a challenge. So we might keep seeing us importing. And there's also we keep talking about buy Nigeria to grow the Naira, which is really important. But there's also something about Nigerians is how there's still this hype around, you know, imported. You know, people think that, oh, if it's imported, then that makes it more superior. If it's made in Nigeria, it makes it inferior. Oh, come on. It's actually crazy.
I think that narrative falls on NOA. I keep calling them into the mix of these conversations that we always have. And if they have forgotten what they need to do, we'll keep on reminding them as journalists. NOA is your job to send across awareness.
That's National Orientation Agency, by the way.
Yes. We need to have them, look, make sure you sensitize, make sure information is cut across. So this way, people don't just think, okay, you know, it's business as usual. Information should be cut across such a way that if there's clarity, whoever wants to ask questions can go on the site and get answers. And so if you were, let's assume you're an investor and you want to invest in this nation, you ask yourself the question, if I put my money in, will Nigeria happen to me? I'll come back without anything. I remember the story of the people who, the young, I won't say young lady, but there's a woman and another guy who came to buy some land in Lekki, right? Bought some property. When they start developing, along the way, because the government came and they knocked it down. And they were on TV, almost crying and weeping that all her life savings, back to back, that President Tinubu should come to their aid. It was very heart-wrenching watching that interview. But it reminds everyone, whatever you need to do your due diligence. Check properly, double check properly. Don't assume, especially when it comes to, you know, knowing about the government, because it is in continuum, yes, but once the one party leaves, the next one will come up with a different idea. And this also cuts across business people, right? Whether or not you're running a business internationally or locally, information is key. Can we begin to inform people and inform them well, so that we'll have a better economy moving forward?
Well, that's where we'll leave it this morning on the headlines. Very quickly, we'll be moving to the newspaper review in a bit, so please stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You're still watching The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We are ready to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Of course, we start at home with the Business Day paper. On the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, top headline, Nigerian female artist loved abroad, overlooked at home. Of course, it's Friday, so a little bit of entertainment. But yeah, there's always that thing. I don't think it's just Nigerian female artists. I think it's a thing where you're always, the king is not respected in his own house. It happens every day. And the big story here, certainly on the backdrop of the economic outlook yesterday with the PwC, of course, Business Day partnering, it says more than half of Nigerian CEOs bet on revenue storage in 2026. The writer goes on to say CEOs bet big on AI to drive growth. And on page 31 of the paper this morning, it says Benin Republic woos Nigerian manufacturers with tax breaks. And finally, on page 30 of Business Day paper this morning, it says weak dollar, rising oil prices lift Naira to 2-year high. Now, those are the headlines this morning on the front page of the Business Day paper today.
before we jump ahead, they know that Mo is right there with us.
Exactly. I mean, Mo already feels like one of us now. But yes, we have our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonji, in the studio with us this morning. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Okay, maybe we say
Salam, salam.
Thank you very much. Good morning, morning. And it's nice seeing you people again this morning. And it's my pleasure being here.
Is it possible that, female artists, our female artists can be overlooked here next year?
So I don't know. I'm still, because Grammy Award is coming next month, and Thames, Ira Stars, these are headliners.
Globally, see.
Man, artist.
Maybe she's not.
Man, when still
we're still able to look at them, and there are a lot of other ones. King Mati, Yemi Alade. These are females that have actually been. I don't think they are discountenance at home. I don't think people are discounting.
No, it's talking about the local chart. Actually, this is a story written by Anthony, of course, which is entertainment editor. And it says, according to a 2025 review of airplay and streaming data by Turntable Chart, not one female artist is ranked among Nigeria's top 20 stream stars. That's this local chart for the first time since the tracking began in 2020, and it's off of that it goes on to say the likes of Sheyi Vibes are leading the list with high stream count. Only Aresta happens to be in this. So there's certainly, you know what, we're going to leave this one for entertainment editor. Anthony is going to be joining us much later to speak on this. But let's focus also on the big story which talks about more than half of Nigerian CEOs betting on revenue.
It's on the back. It's actually a fallout of what we had yesterday, and a very, very interesting outing there where PwC, just as typical of any January, you see think tanks and research institutes coming out with what they think the economy will look like in a year ahead. So PwC together with BusinessDay had their own outing yesterday to be able to predict what the economy will look like. So one of the highlights of that event was the launch of the annual Global CEO Survey. It's a survey of CEOs. So according to Mr. Sam Abu, who was also there, an important partner at PwC, 4,000 CEOs were surveyed globally, and a large chunk of them were also from Nigeria. So when they cascade the survey down to Nigeria, and you see that a lot of CEOs, relative to how confident they were in 2025, there is now more confidence. More than half of them, about 65% now. 71%. In fact, there was a point we were talking about 93% of some of the CEOs, right, are now saying that they are confident that Nigeria's economy is actually heading in that right direction. So it is really, really a pointer to how we are looking at the economy. So people are now feeling so confident that yes, we are turning the corner. At this time last year, the preponderance of leaders or CEOs were just about 60% of them who had some element of optimism about the economy. But at the rate of about 93%, that is quite huge to say they are quite confident. 4,000 CEOs, regardless of how it is an indication that we are there. And just like we are mentioning, the economy is consolidating. The economy is grinding at the moment. The next thing is how can we be able to put it on the path of growth? A growth that is steady, and a growth that's actually quite inclusive, that can actually be able to cover all of us. So I think it's actually a good thing that we hear the CEOs. PwC's annual global survey came out yesterday, and it's actually available for the downloads available online, for you to see, in fact, some of the major concerns that CEOs are now concerned about. Last year, if you look at most of them, apart from being optimistic about the economy, last year was about macroeconomic stability, inflation, exchange rate. But this year, that's not their concern. They are more concerned about AI now, about cybersecurity. That's what most of the CEOs are concerned about, how they need to digitize their operations. So, which means that we should still be able to give it to this government in terms of trying to be able to stabilize the economy, allow it to be able to, maintain that steadiness. The next thing now that I'm saying is just for us to be able to achieve growth. But of course, growth that must be inclusive and broad-based. Not a growth that is just concentrated in out of the few, but one that is quite inclusive and take care of all of us.
I think something that really stuck out for me, I always like listening to the CEOs having this conversation. It's just the optimism that was in the room. There was a lot of optimism in the room in terms of where Nigeria is headed. And I think this is not just on one side of the divide. I think for everyone, while we might say, oh, I mean, they're CEOs, what do you expect them to say? But just as there was an analogy which the publisher of BusinessDay, who was present, had made about the gate man who is at the gate. So the man at the top says, someone asked him about what he expects of the economy, and the man at the top says, like, he's optimistic about where we're headed, and then and the economy, like, there's never been a better time as this, and then the gate man outside says, there's never been a worse time as this. So like the divide is actually crazy. But I think, and this is me speaking for maybe like in a center point, I think that in general, like, we're going to really see a change. But that also depends on how willing we are to adapt with the changes that are already we're already seeing now. Things like this AI driving growth is something that everyone has an opportunity now, right? Like, so whichever point you are, there's an opportunity that you have, and then to latch in on this opportunity.
I think just to highlight what you said, I think CEOs now, first and foremost, it's good that we can see more CEOs, coming on the round table, having these conversations, and also predicting what's going to happen come second quarter, before the end of the year, and the case may be. But in doing all that, are we hoping they don't throw a wrench in the engine by now saying, look, since AI is now here, can we not cut down workforce? Because if you think about that, the problem. Now, believe it or not, nobody can hide behind what's happening. Most CEOs who now see that, wait a minute. If I look into every department and then I can afford to reduce workforce and have one person use AI to achieve a lot, wouldn't that pay off? I think as much as we are projecting, let's also make people understand that, look, the downsides. Exactly, there's a downside to that.
I see that as a downside.
However, sorry to cut you guys. However, right, any company that wants to grow and move forward, any CEO that actually wants to be a CEO and then build other CEOs, will think critically and say, no, right, I would not allow the issue of too much spending be an issue for me. Rather, I would say, how do I even get more people to create different platforms where models, right, can be used to even achieve more AI prompts that make my business better.
So, what I'm saying,
because don't forget, AI prompt needs human beings.
So that's what I'm saying. I think that's what I'm thinking about. Exactly. So I think that's exactly what I want. I like where you landed, because most of the CEOs there still be able to understand the centrality of human roles, human factor. Right. And that's what you're able to mention. They mentioned that yes, as much as the concern and the for example, there was a discussion about energy transition, energy mix. That at the time, people will be talking about net zero. When Essence Capital here was saying that. So as if we're saying we don't need fossil fuel, for example. And I'm like, no, the discussion should be energy mix, a mix of those, not transition. Not to move totally from, let's say, fuel to renewable. It's not possible. That there is nowhere that will happen in the world. These are actually campaigns. So it can't be like energy transition. Right. It should be a mix.
Yeah.
Let's mix it together. The same way too, when it comes to AI adoption, I'm just able to mention that it's a mix, not a kind of a total transition. That AI will just take up the whole job. The CEOs were mentioning that there is still that human factor that is very, very fundamental. So in terms of actually being able to
so the fear should not switch.
Which is why I really see it as an opportunity. For everyone.
Now it's about learning, relearning, and unlearning. So we are moving away from it's from IQ. Now we talk about EQ. Now it's adaptable quotient. AQ. That's what we're talking about now. Adaptability.
So even as an employee,
how can you adapt?
You have to also have that.
So adaptability quotient is the next thing now, which is where you need to unlearn, and relearn. And that's what AI is there. So people need to be able to do that. Otherwise, you just really become so obsolete.
So which means that moving forward, most people who want to hire people will ask, are you AI?
Of course, compliance.
Not AI certified.
Somebody that
know what I mean.
Computer literate, for example. So there is no way
Yeah.
you need not to be able to have some level of savviness. Maybe not, you cannot be as savvy as a geek like that, but you needed some of those things to really be able to operate in the modern world.
Yeah.
There was a time I remember when we were doing development economics, when I was 200 level. And I remember one of the theory where there was a marketer that would book development economics.
Yeah.
And I was saying that one of the things to be able to relate in South Korea, for example, is that you must have a Yahoo mail. You can imagine. Like without a mail, you are not sociable.
Yeah.
You cannot relate. There in Nigeria, it looks to me like a wild thing there. I'm talking about when I was in year 2 that, okay, a mail, an email address is something you need to be able to function as a person.
But look at where we are now.
What I'm talking about now, but that's the way it is now. So imagine what
It's now inclusive.
You have a mail, and tell you, I don't have a mail. You know, you'll be thinking like, are you sure that you use what at all?
It will be a big question.
Question mark and say, do you have a mail? And say, I don't know about a mail. You don't think like, are you sure? I'm thinking I don't because computer want to take my job because that is exactly the way it is now. And it was like that to me then. Okay, South Korea at this point.
Because where I'm seeing us headed is, I'm seeing us headed to a time where all of us will have like our own personal AI companions. You know how Twitter has broke. I'll probably have mine. You know, my own maybe.
So your AI is in the job.
Yeah, like my own AI companion.
What have you done today? Did you do it very well?
CEOs then mentioned that in fact that's what companies should be looking out to. That's what they should be itching up to.
Compatibility.
They still I'm talking about they still rely on maybe ChatGPT, all these common AI. That they should be looking at means of developing in-house AI that can actually be able to suit their own business.
And solve problems.
Businesses are doing that, just like you said, Grok for Twitter, for example. You have Gemini for Google. You have some of these AIs. You have institutes, you have businesses developing AI that fits their model. And I'm sure businesses is trying to do the same as well. The MD was actually talking about that. That's one of the things, our target for this year was to be able to develop. Let's look at Bloomberg. Each of these media houses, Bloomberg, Financial Times,
there's the
their respective AIs.
Yeah, absolutely.
AIs that they build in-house.
Right.
I'm talking about that. Just go to Bloomberg, you see the AIs there. So we are trying to be able to move them. Maybe the first media house in Nigeria to have his own AI. And I think
that's a work in progress. Let's move and see real quick what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
Okay, speaking about work in progress, you have Nigeria's telecoms industry attracted over $1 billion in 2025. Says NCC. Very quickly, again, you can see down on page 19. Nigeria's telecom industry attracts over $1 billion in 2025. $1 billion. So don't think it's naira, it's in dollars. Says NCC, and we still wonder why you pick up your phone and you make a phone call and they tell you the number you have called is not available at the moment.
You blame for that? Now you blame the person who has the chance.
What can we say?
Maybe it's our infrastructure.
All right. So down here it says Northern Can is Christian Association of Nigeria. That's Christian leaders reject call for removal of INEC chair. Again, Northern Can Christian leaders reject call for removal of INEC chair. What business do they have with the INEC?
The problem with Amokriton is actually the Muslim group called the Sharia Council of Nigeria.
Right.
But the ones who said they will not recognize the election conducted by Amokriton, who is the president and chairman.
Because it's Muslim?
No, it's a Christian.
Exactly, because it's Christian. That's my point.
So, and the ground was the fact that before he was appointed as INEC chairman, when he was still a professor of law at the University of Jos, there was something he wrote then. There was an uproar. There was a problem that happened last year. That he wrote something about genocide in Nigeria, and he wrote to the United Nations. Then the pages, those documents were actually spreading around. I mean, were flying around then. So this group of Muslims actually claimed that they will not recognize the general election conducted by him. But I'm sure discussion is still ongoing.
Anyway, because of time, because I know Elizabeth is itching for us to jump into the cartoon of the day.
Absolutely.
But very quickly here, it says petrol to cost more as crude oil prices rise further.
But I think I disagree with public because
I am not a soothsayer.
No, I disagree because
I said this on this show last week.
No, I'm saying
why are you in disagreement?
I look at the story this morning. Now, they are trying to be able to link it to what is happening in the international market. Don't forget. For the first time in the last 11 months, for the first time, the price of oil get down to $70 again.
Yeah. And
that's what they thought. That was actually their basis. To say that when that goes to $70, the price will rise again, which is no doubt about that. But the last rise that happened, because that happened on Wednesday, that would explain the reason for why that is actually the case. The government is trying to be able to modulate the price.
Right.
So I can tell you, this last one that we see, we don't expect to be able to see any further increase. I'm telling you, until the next quarter, we are even likely going to be able to see a reduction because many players are actually coming into the space. The market is a competitive market in Nigeria. Dangote is the one that can determine his own price. Mobile, other major marketers are not at the use of capital of Dangote. They are allowed to determine their own price.
But MRS is kind of
MRS is the direct partnership with Dangote. So there are three of them: MRS, AP. And
but you know they've increased from 700 and something to 800 and something.
Dangote is giving them now 799 naira. That's the gantry price.
Right.
So gantry price was 699 naira originally. So it has been increased. That's why they increased the price. So they are doing 839 naira. That's what they are doing now. So, but I can tell you, this story here, I think I beg to differ with Vanguard. They still need to be able to go deeper and look at the analysis. I am telling you, this price of petrol, next will not be able to go beyond the level it is now. But I say it can go to 1,000. It can never go there because other players are looking at Dangote and they're ready to capitalize on the market if you made that mistake.
Well, for those of you who are thinking that we'll remain on this level, if he ever hits 1,000, just so people out there, don't come to me and ask for urgent 2K. You will not do this. Listen, what do we have?
Well, let's see what we have on the carton of the day. Urgent, hopefully it's not urgent 2K. Let's see what we have on the carton. Urgent 10K. I think 2K now is too small for urgent. Urgent 10K.
No, Mr. Brown, can I get urgent 10K?
Speaking of urgent 2K, now that's the carton we have there. It says we see someone who looks like maybe has a turban, and then we see who we know a cartoon image of the president, and then that person looks like Gumi. It says instead of this United States, seek help from Turkey. And then and then the person is looking. Yeah, that's actually the pronunciation. And then you see this person at the other side.
That's the president of Turkey.
You don't know who he is.
They were saying that's the president of Turkey.
Okay, president of Turkey.
That is the Dogan.
Yeah.
So the president, so he's following the advice.
Yes, and then our president is down, and he is at his feet.
But I mean, come on. I mean, everything. He only tripped forward and he got up immediately again. It's not as if he was.
Because there are a lot, especially from the north, there are a lot of them who disagree with this US-Nigerian partnership. To be able to deal with that insecurity. People felt like maybe try other countries and see what they do. So, and that's why I think Mr. Asuquo did very well with this, is to say, it's like the Nigerian president has now heeded that clarion call to go and seek help from Turkey. But we know the president explained two reasons why he went to Turkey. One, it is just a kind of a payback visit. The president of Turkey was here in 2021.
Right.
So this is also a state visit to Turkey. And then other deals, we saw like about other deals that we actually signed. I think the visit is ending tomorrow. Right. We expect the president back in the country by Monday, hopefully.
I have a question.
Not going anywhere else.
If Turkey was always an option, can someone please remind me why did our commander-in-chief respond to Trump firmly to say, look, no, our country is not that disgrace you're talking about, knowing that we're not coming to you cap in hand. You see, what I'm saying this thing is that, look, to be a leader means that you have to make strong decisions, and those decisions will fall back on the branding of Nigeria. I think our president was too slow to have responded to Trump. Hence why Trump was able to build up that issue and then struck, Sokoto. However, we now ended up saying it was a partnership. I don't want to go any further than that. But more importantly, if Turkey was an option, gentlemen,
I don't think the level of weaponry, ammunition, a lot of time. Right. You can't compare Turkey's level to yours.
But on that note, I think we have to just leave the conversation here today and keep the conversation going. At the top of the hour by 9 a.m., we have Business Morning, of course, with Deborah. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress. No delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good morning and welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We are live from Lagos, the capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business. Deborah is and it's really to have with us. Let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The House of Representatives Thursday passed for second reading President Bola Tinubu's proposed 58.47 trillion naira appropriation bill for the 2026 fiscal year. The bill, christened the Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience and Shared Prosperity, was approved without debate during plenary on Thursday. Tinubu formally presented the 2026 budget to a joint session in the National Assembly in December 2025. Which he noted is aimed at consolidating macroeconomic stability, strengthening national security, and expanding capital investment. Under the proposal, total expenditure is put to about 58.18 trillion naira to 58.47 trillion naira. Of this amount, 4.09 trillion naira is allocated to statutory transfers, 15.91 trillion naira to debt servicing, and 15.25 trillion naira to recurrent expenditure, while capital expenditure is estimated between 23.21 trillion naira and 26.08 trillion naira, largely to be channeled through the Development Fund. And moving on, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria will begin enforcing new air cargo tariffs on February 2nd, 2026, ending nearly 2 decades without a review of its cargo charges. The adjustment, which applies only to cargo operations, was approved in 2025 but deliberately postponed while FAN overhauled its internal controls and blocked revenue leakages that had weakened collections. According to reports, the authority concluded that raising tariffs before fixing operational gaps would have delivered little benefits, as a significant share of earnings will still have been lost. The increases cover import and export cargo, transshipment and cargo vehicle surcharges, while passenger-related tariffs are unaffected. And still on, the governor of Anambra State, Charles Soludo, has declared that all markets and shops across the state must remain open every working day, including Mondays. The governor gave the order during an intensive interactive session on Thursday with market leaders from across the state. The meeting held in Oka was sparked by the recent closure of the Onitsha main market and a growing long stay over the Monday stay-at-home syndrome that has crippled commerce in the southeast for years. While addressing the traders of Onitsha main market specifically, Governor Soludo also presented a renovated or reviewed ultimatum. In his words, the current enforcement of the sit-at-home order has transitioned from a political protest to a criminal enterprise that no longer serves the interest of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In the news, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development has launched its first investment in Nigeria and the first in sub-Saharan financial sector, providing a $100 million trade finance facility to Access Bank, the country's leading commercial bank. The statement emailed by EBRD revealed that this trade finance limit under the EBRD's trade facilitation program aims to support Access Bank's trade finance operations, helping it to diversify its correspondent banking relationships while strengthening trade finance links with other EBRD countries of operations. Under the TFP, the limit and enhanced trade finance capacity will be used to issue guarantees in favor of foreign commercial banks and provide cash advances to fund trade-related loans to local markets, including pre-export, post-import, and local distribution activities. This facility will also enable intra-regional trade. Now, this trade line will be supported by a comprehensive technical cooperation package funded by the EBRD, offering Access Bank regular training sessions, workshops, e-learning courses, and digital activities. And still to come after the break, building technology for people, not just for investors. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. In today's tech ecosystem, success is often measured by funding rounds, user growth, and valuation figures. And in the race to impress investors, any products end up drifting away from the very people they are meant to serve. So the big question becomes, who is technology really being built for? The everyday user struggling with real problems or the investor looking for rapid returns? This morning, we are joined by Aderemi Oluwapelumi, is a senior product manager, to explore what it truly means to build technology for people, not just for investors. We'll be discussing the tension between user needs and business goals, the role of product managers as translators between both worlds, and how teams can design technology that is profitable and genuinely human-centered. Good morning, Oluwapelumi. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here.
All right, let's go straight into it. From your experience, how often do product decision prioritize investors over actual users?
Okay, so it's a very interesting topic because we don't get to talk about this often when we talk about product decisions. We tend to focus more on the founders or the engineers or product managers, but a lot of the decisions that are being made about products, especially in startup world, are due to the pressure from the investors. There's always a constant tension between satisfying investors' demands and doing right by your users. After you raised a lot of funds, your team needs to be able to go back to your investors and say, okay, we're doing X and X to generate revenue so they can have returns on their investment. And sometimes this leads to making decisions based on your investors rather than meeting your users' needs. So unfortunately, most of the many decisions about products are being made prioritized investors rather than the users.
All right, so why do you think so many tech products lose sight of the people they were built for as they scale? Why do you think that? Why does that happen?
As you begin to scale, a small company starts to, deal with large numbers of people, and a lot of distractions can affect the way you were interacting with your users at the beginning of your company. For example, when you first start up, you're kind of interacting mostly one-on-one. You have the founders, you have the engineers, the product managers. They understand the user stories. They are everybody knows what the user needs, and they are working together to fulfill that. But as the company starts to scale, you can get distracted by things like growth metrics, market pressures, and you just don't have that one-on-one interaction anymore with your users. So if you've not built a culture of solid user research and customer relationship, you start to lose sight of the picture, and then you focus more on building more and building what you think your users need, or rather than asking questions or looking at feedback and iterating on what you built. You just building based on what you think the market needs, what the market wants, and you get that sense of bigger is better. But so at the beginning, you understand things better, and you have to still build that culture to always put users front and center. Otherwise, you lose focus.
So, as a product manager, how do you personally balance user needs with the market pressure? If you can hear me, you can just please unmute your mic so we can hear what you're saying.
Oh, sorry about that. I was saying that we're constantly balancing between meeting the user needs and our investors' expectations. And one key thing that I do is I always try to translate the user needs into business outcomes so that both sides can converge. You have to first understand what the users want. Then you have to be able to explain to investors that by solving this, we are able to, generate what they actually care about. Things like revenue growth and then brand loyalty. But you need to be able to understand how to communicate this properly, because the business needs to be profitable, and the investors need to make returns on their investments. But you still have to meet your user needs, and this is what you're always balancing. And to do that, one strategy I do is we have a roadmap. We have things that we want to do. You see, the first 2, 3, 4, 5 things, we want to be thinking like, are they checking 2 boxes? Are they meeting user needs? And are they commercially viable? That's some of the things that I do.
Okay, so is building for users and building for investors always a trade-off, or can both truly align?
So it's yes and no. In the short term, there's some trade-offs that might be made in building and in making decisions. But if you look at the best products, world-class products, they are the products that have found the sweet spot between, which is where you're able to meet user needs and you're meeting investor expectations. So it's not that investors do not care about users, and it's not that it is impossible for both of them to align. It is just a product manager's job to understand how to manage both parties correctly. Just basically advocate on both sides and try to make sure that you're able to convert at a good understanding. Make sure your users your investors are enlightened. You have to always tell them the reason why you're making these decisions and how it will impact them in the long run, because enlightened investors are much easier to deal with.
So what are some of the early warning signs that a product is drifting away from user value? What are some of the early warning signs?
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Before we went on that break, Pelumi was about to tell us some of the signs that the product is drifting away from the user's value. Do we still have you?
Yes.
All right, so please take us through some of the early warning signs that a product is drifting away from the user value. Just take it away.
Yeah, there's several red flags that I watch for. One big sign is user engagement metrics. When the user engagement metrics starts to dip, in spite of building new features. For example, you have your monthly active users or your retention rate is starting to stay on the same level or actually drop, or you're getting very negative feedbacks on on the store or whatever, it tells you that something is wrong, and maybe you've just been building things that the users do not necessarily need, or you've neglected something, and then the user experience is really bad. So another sign is also when the feedback turns increasing very negative, like something was working before and then it's not working anymore, or that the users are not able to like do simple things. The application or the product is no longer intuitive. It's another sign of a product is about to fail. And also when you're having your meetings internally and you realize that almost all your meetings are more based around profits, based around revenue generation and meeting KPIs, and nobody's really asking questions about, are we still meeting user needs? Yeah, that's another internal warning sign to look out for.
So, how important is user research in resisting investor-driven shortfalls?
Yeah, it's very, very crucial. And if you want to deliver a proper user experience, you need to understand it. Compromise on user research. You cannot compromise on user experience when building. You need to anchor user research into your your reality, and when there's market pressure, when there's commercial wins that are trying to blow you off course, you're able to look back at these user stories, look back at the data, look back at the feedback that you receive from your users. When there's pressure to take shortcuts that might boost something in the short term, you need to go back and understand if if this decision is going to affect your user retention, your brand loyalty in the long run. Those are some of the things that you need to look out for, and then with user research also, it arms you with facts. Facts. You're not just like building based on what you think anymore. You're building based on the things that you've seen that you from your users directly, and they're telling you this. So if your investor is saying like let's add this change here, or let's add this new feature because X similar application is doing it, but you need to still be able to make sure that you're still delivering, you're still solving your users' pain points, and you're still delivering proper user experience, do proper user testing before you then roll out completely. And all of this, it's very important to do user research from the beginning, not just in the beginning, throughout the phase of your project, if you want it to stand the test of time.
We see features added mainly to boost metrics. How can teams avoid just look good on deck but fail the users?
Can you ask that again? Can you say that again, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Absolutely.
Yes, can you repeat that question, please?
All right, so I said we see features added mainly to boost metrics. So how can teams avoid building features that look good on deck but fail the users?
So that's a very common trap, and to avoid it, you need to be very disciplined, and you have to maintain a user-centered approach to feature planning. First, you need to make sure that every feature has a clear user problem or need behind it. You're not just building because you think a feature is useful. You have actually ticked the box that is saying that the users need this before you build, and that should be your primary justification for any new feature. Otherwise, any other thing you're doing is just for metrics, basically, and then you just in the long run it will become a problem, or it might actually like reduce your users loyalty to you. So one practical technique is to tie the features to user stories. Just a small story about the users, your different users or different use cases. And then if you can't like say something like as a user, I want this and I want that in a meaningful way. In a meaningful way, you can easily see that that feature is probably just a vanity feature, and you should learn to challenge yourself in team meetings, not just take what is being like suggested and just building it. You need to be able to challenge things and go back and tie it to your users, know your user base properly, and then yeah, basically just have this mindset of always answering the question, do my users really need this feature?
Okay, so in emerging market like ours, what are the risks of copy pasting global tech models without having to understand local users?
There's a lot of risk if you do that, because a one size fits all approach can fail in a local context. One obvious risk is that you might miss the mark on the user needs and the cultural context. Emerging markets often have different user behavior, infrastructure limits and pain points than you say in a bigger country like America and Silicon Valley. So if you just copy and paste a successful model from elsewhere without local insight, you might be solving a problem that does not really exist for your users. That's the key thing. You're not just doing something based on what you think, the market wants or market demands. You're actually building for people, and understanding them will make you see why copy and paste would not work in a local context. Because say you copy a feature that is not really implementable based on the technology available locally. The feature is there, but it's not doing anything. While you might have spent a lot of money and time building that, you could have actually built something that would work locally. For example, building like a credit card, a fintech company in markets like locally in Nigeria might not, because we don't really have this credit card culture. You're basically like trying to like solve a problem that is not really existing in that market basically. So you need to understand your local users, and they'll say what they really need, and you just don't copy and paste a product's success model and try to use it. It will eventually fail.
So finally, before I let you go, what role does ethical decision making play in product development today?
You need to have respect for your users and their data, their personal information. You don't put your users at risk. It also it builds brand loyalty. It also makes you respectable in the marketplace. It's always very difficult to come back when it becomes exposed that you are just making decisions for profit and not making ethical decisions, and you just more in there just for revenue, for growth, and all of that. You have to think about users' privacy, think about how they would feel if certain information gets leaked. If you're building, say, for healthcare or for finance, you need to be very careful with the information and all of that, and make ethical decisions. and it also helps the team within to understand what they are doing, especially if you as a product manager and the senior owners of the products are thinking ethically, you find your engineers are doing the same. But if you keep cutting corners and all of that, the engineers will just continue and adopt the same model.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Aderemi Oluwapemi is a senior product manager. It was really good to have you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, still to come after the break, trust, technology's most expensive feature. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. Trust has become one of the most valuable and fragile features in technology today. For online scams and data breaches to platforms that fail to deliver on their promises, users are increasingly skeptical about the system they rely on every day. This morning, we are being joined by Gozie Chukwu Chimaduru. He's a senior software engineer and DevOps professional to unpack why trust may be the most expensive feature in technology, how it's broken, and what builders can realistically do to earn it back. Good morning, Gozie Chukwu. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. From your experience, why has trust become such a critical issue in technology today?
Yeah. So actually, trust is actually a critical issue because technology is no longer a tool. And right now, technology is fully embedded in our lives. And both our money, our conversations, and health data, and even our identities are all on tech platforms. So when something goes wrong, it doesn't actually feel like a technical failure. So people actually take it personal because people are realizing that convenience is very expensive. And most times, everybody has every of the data on the technology platforms, data that really matters. So that is what actually makes trust very critical.
So when users say they don't trust tech platforms, what are they usually reacting to? Do you think they're reacting to the scams, the data misuse, or something entirely deeper?
Yeah. So actually, they're actually reacting to something that is deeper than scams and data issues. Most times those are actually symptoms, but the major issue is actually embedded in the process and the systems. So what they're actually losing, trying to ascertain it by when they say that they lose trust, is that they've lost control. Most of the times they don't know what their data is actually being used for. They don't know who has their data. They don't know what's happened to their data. They don't know what has actually gone wrong. So that uncertainty actually creates fear, and fear actually kills trust because they don't even know what to expect.
So how much responsibility should fall on the engineers and the developers as opposed to company leadership when trust is broken?
Yeah, that's a very good question because it's actually shared. To be fair, it's shared. It's not equal. Engineers actually take responsibility for building systems, and most of those systems, the direction and the leadership actually tells them what to do. The leadership actually sets priorities, and so if the leadership values speed and maybe values profit over responsibility, then obviously the leaders will say, "Oh, let's go do this," without thinking about the safety and ethics. And most times the engineers are faced with trade-offs. They will just have to do it because it's their job, they have to fend for their families, and then that is when trust is most times broken, and is mostly a cultural issue. If the organization actually has that culture within their system to say, okay, this is what we are going to do, and this is how we are going to handle the user's data, then the technical teams and the technical ones are going to be not an issue. Yeah.
So, data privacy is a major concern. if you can agree with me. So do you think
Yeah.
most companies truly understand how valuable user data trust is, or is it still treated as an afterthought?
Yeah. Okay, so it appears that mostly in most cases, most of them treat that as an afterthought because most times data is seen as an asset. Most of the companies, as much data that you have actually determines how much that you're going to make and how much you can actually have control over the market. So most times responsibility is not something that is being looked at the first instance, but actually responsibility is something that should be protected by the data handling, except in some economies like in Europe and in some areas where they've brought in the GDPR standards. Notwithstanding, organizations are still bypassing that and finding ways around that. So the irony is that data actually, users actually want to ensure that their data is in the wrong hands and they trust their data. So companies don't even know that users actually trust them if they handle their data. And that is more like a long-term strategy than actually saying, oh, we can make good use of the data. So the value of the data, how the data is being used responsibly, is better than the data itself. And once the users actually feel exploited, most of them will leave the platform. So why don't you set up a system on a structure why the data is actually used responsibly, and they'll stay, and you have more better use of the data.
So we often hear the phrase "move fast and break things." Has that mindset cost the tech industry trust?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's the thing. Most times, that has actually happened in the innovation stages. It makes sense to do that in the early innovation stages, but today, organizations actually don't know that if they do that beyond the innovation stages, then they're actually breaking people's lives, because people's lives has been built on the systems. People's lives has been built on the infrastructure. And if people's lives, finances, and privacy are built on that, then it should be taken very seriously. And yeah, so moving fast, most times it's not the ideal thing, and it has cost the industry a lot. And without accountability, users will actually expect failure. And once expectations are eroded, once users don't know what to expect again, then trust is broke over time. So that's the issue most organizations face.
DevOps perspective, how does system reliability and uptime influence, how does it influence the trust?
Yeah. Okay, so reliability is actually trust in action. And if users don't understand their infrastructure, that this infrastructure, if they don't have that expectation that this infrastructure is actually going to be okay and good and going to serve them at the right time, and if the system is not consistent, then and the platform is unavailable, the users will definitely have issues with trust. And this is where the DevOps comes in. DevOps, it should actually ensure that the platform is always available and the platform performs well. And if it actually has to fail, it should fail gracefully, and users should still feel safe. And there should be that communication. So downtime, silent failures, instability always sends wrong information to the customers. Most times they feel that, oh, we cannot rely on these guys. They are not people to be relied on. And once that starts, users then feel, okay, we need to start looking for a different option.
So are users right to, be skeptical of new technologies, example like, or do you think the fear is outpacing the opportunities?
Yeah. So skepticism is actually is a good thing. Skepticism is early because in any new thing, you definitely get people that are late into the party. And AI, technologies like AI is something that it becomes a problem when there's no transparency. Because AI is basically interaction with users' data and users' lives. And AI actually affects decisions. And for systems, critical systems like the healthcare systems, or like for critical systems like, say, the HR systems that use AI to hire staff, in those instances, AI should not be like the sole decision-making system to make that decision. It should be more like a co-pilot. So the skepticism is that if AI is actually going to be the main standpoint, then that is going to be an issue. So users want clarity. They want that human AI interface and not just AI interface. And yeah, so AI is actually not the real risk itself. It's in deploying the powerful technology without accountability. That is where the problem is.
Trust be rebuilt once lost, or is it something companies only get?
Yeah. Okay. So most times dark patterns and vague privacy policies and ignoring users' feedback, poor communication during outages, those are the major issues that erode trust over time. And none of this explode overnight, but it's that slow degradation of the services and slow misunderstanding from the systems. That is what makes the users feel, okay, we can't trust the system. So that slowly teaches users that the company can be respected and the companies can be trusted if these patterns continue over time.
So how important is transparency, especially when things go wrong, like breaches or service failure?
Yeah, so transparency is very key. And when things go wrong, that's actually a reality. Things will obviously go wrong. But in terms of transparency, users want to judge how honest you are. And how honest you are actually has to do with how fast you're able to declare that, okay, there's a breach, how fast you're able to say, okay, there's a damage here. And being transparent about that, letting them know where you are at, and then be open about every single operations of the organization. That is what users actually want to see. So when things like transparency goes wrong, it's to be honest and then to be fast and then go for it as fast as possible, try to make amends and go forward.
Yeah.
So
in your view, what does a trust first tech product actually look like in practice?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that question. A trust first tech product is actually a product that is secure by default, and they are always clear about data usage and reliability, and they are designed with the user's best interest in mind, which you don't see most times. And it doesn't just try to trick users or hide complexities just to have a way around everything. And trust first products respect the user's intelligence and autonomy, and most times ensure that users are kept in the loop of things. And if consent needs to be granted, then they obviously grant consent.
All right, so finally, Gozie, before I let you go, for young engineer and startup building today, what's the one principle they should never compromise if they want users to trust them?
Yeah, okay. So the principle that they should not, young engineers should not compromise is to ensure that they respect, and startups, to ensure that they respect the users. Respect for the users is key. And if you respect users, if you respect their data, if you respect their time, if you respect their safety, then the users will have no issues trying to trust you because they sense that, right? They sense that. And once you start justifying shortcuts that hurt users, then you're already on the path of losing their trust. That is when you then see users looking for better platforms and looking for better options.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Gozie Chukwuchi Maduro is a senior software engineer and a DevOps professional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Nice one.
Today on the Business Morning, building technology for people, not just for investors. And we also looked at trust, technology's most expensive feature. The Breakfast Show continues with the big story with Elizabeth Musa. I am Deborah. Just stay tuned.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges.
Putting professionalism into it. And if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today on the big story, we examine a new frontier in climate and economic policy, which is carbon as an asset, if you may. Nigeria is positioning itself to generate billions of dollars through carbon markets by trading emissions reductions and environmental protection as economic value. But this raises critical questions. Can Nigeria monetize carbon responsibly? Will communities benefit, or will carbon become another extractive economy? Well, joining me this morning is Nemo Bassi. He's an environmental activist, he's an author, and is the director of the Health of Mother Earth Foundation. And he's one of Africa's most respected voices on climate justice and ecological governance. Welcome to the show, Nemo Bassi.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
To have you this morning. Let me start by talking about carbon, which has long been framed as a liability, something to cut, to reduce, or eliminate. Now it's being reframed as an economic asset. From your perspective, is this shift a genuine opportunity for sustainable development, or is it a dangerous financialization of nature?
Well, this is a very good and fundamental question. The issue of carbon suddenly not just being an environmental concern, but becoming a means for financial speculation is something that did not just happen. It was well calculated, and this, by my understanding, it was plotted by rich and powerful nations and their corporations who did not want to address the fundamental climate issue, climate problems, which is the loading of the atmosphere with carbon, the taking up of the carbon budget, and instead of taking direct action to stop the carbon from being dumped into the atmosphere, they look for a clever way of saying, well, you can offset the carbon. You can do one thing, then that would take the place of taking action to stop gas, to stop the pumping of. Instead of leaving the carbon somewhere, it would now mean taking actions that is expected to compensate for your inaction. And so it was a clever and very unusual proposition, but over the years, it has become a major means of action by both polluters and nations. And then the victims, those who have not created the climate problem, but who must address it and who must suffer the impacts, had to appear to have considered that this is a possible way to treat the problem, and that's how they could get some finances. So the poor nations like Nigeria are looking for where to get finances using the carbon mechanisms. Rather than say, no, this is a false solution, they're jumping onto it because otherwise the train that might have left the station will also leave them high and dry. So this is it. The whole carbon trade argument is an argument that cannot stand in fact. It's an argument that helps people to avoid action. And this is why the whole climate debate has dragged on for so many years, and we're not seeing real action where it matters, where the impacts are being suffered, and where people are looking for real action that would put a stop or slow down the horrors that accompany extreme climate events.
And speaking of real action, Nigeria as a country plans to generate up to $2.5 to $3 billion annually by 2030, and this is through carbon markets. Are you seeing this as a climate smart strategy, or is it a potential distraction? I mean, from deeper economic reforms like reducing dependence on fossil fuels, do you see this as a climate smart strategy for us?
Actually, what has happened, as I said, if I go back to in 1997, during the Kyoto Conference of the Parties of Climate Change that was held in Kyoto, powerful nations said unless carbon trading or market environmentalism is accepted, they would not really be interested in something like the Kyoto Protocol. And then after a long debate and struggle, the less powerful nations conceded. So what this does is, in fact, giving a license to polluters. And by extension, we could say that if the carbon economy is allowed to continue, carbon mechanisms, carbon trading, carbon offsetting is allowed to continue the way it's going, the way it's building momentum, we're going to have a situation where the fossil fuel industry would dig in and not shift off fossil fuel dependency to renewable or cleaner energy sources. The carbon trading offers the license for them to continue with a sector that we know is harming the planet, is harming the climate, and is creating problems for everyone across the world.
You see some people actually argue a form of carbon colonialism, where Africa now supplies cheap credit while these wealthy countries, like you mentioned, powerful countries continue polluting. So how can we, Nigeria, avoid becoming this low-value carbon supply in a global market that is controlled elsewhere?
Okay, for me, happily, the price of carbon has not gone as high as speculators would want. Otherwise, we have been blown away by now by all kinds of speculators and all kinds of action that corporations and speculators would have taken. Now, when we talk about cheap carbon, as a way of understanding what the losses would be for nations like Nigeria and others in the global south, I would like to look at where this carbon is being kind of estimated to exist, where the places where this carbon is calculated to be available and is used for trading, what is the impact on the communities, on the forest communities, on the coastal communities where this carbon exists, where these carbon stocks are found. That is what makes the fact that the communities are the losers is what makes the carbon cheap. But actually the carbon is expensive because it's at the expense of people's land or people's forest or people's culture or people's economy and lifestyles. I explain what I mean by this. Now, for a country like Nigeria to have a stock of carbon to sell, it would be one must have a large area of forest cover. And we've lost almost all our forests. We have less than 10% of the original forest cover is still available. Pristine forest I'm referring to. So you now say, okay, we have this forest, virgin forest existing in, let's say, the Cross River National Park, or in the communities in Cross River State or Ondo State or somewhere on the Niger State, for example, where they have vast amount of land. And so you say, okay, we've taken this territory, you send engineers, scientists to go in there and estimate how much carbon is in the trees and in the forest, and you have this quantum of carbon available. Now, for you to preserve that quantum of carbon and trade, you have to find a way of saying the carbon will not be lost. The integrity of that area is the integrity of carbon, and this is funny, in that area will be preserved. And so you're going to have a way to show that. Otherwise, your carbon would not be market. You will not be easy. You cannot easily market that carbon. And what to preserve that carbon? Number one is that no tree is going to live forever. So it's actually a temporary solution, because if there's a fire outbreak in the forest, all the carbon captured in the trees will be lost. If there's anything else happening around there, the carbon would not be secured in the trees. But meanwhile, the communities would not be able to utilize that forest the way they were using and living in it. And most of the forests that are really properly preserved are community managed forests. But when it comes to carbon trading, somebody else is going to own that forest, and that person decides what can happen in that forest. So there are even other non-timber forest products that communities depend on, like vegetables and so on and so forth. They may not have access to it. That is what carbon colonialism really refers to, where the carbon is colonized and the people are dispossessed. It's a form of extractivism. It's not like you're extracting crude oil or mineral and exporting it. Now you are capturing somebody's carbon and storing it in your imagination and trading it on the marketplace of the imaginary of what is expected to be there and that will be there for a long time. Now, we're talking about carbon in forests. Nowadays, they talk about blue carbon, which is carbon stored in mangrove forests, carbon in the ocean, in water bodies, and it's the same thing. It eventually means dispossessing those who own that territory for utilizing the territory the way they ought to, as something owned by them. The territory will be owned by somebody else. And by extension, one harmful thing that I should just mention now is that if a country let's say Dubai, the blue carbon company by that name, buys up 250,000 hectares in Delta State, for example, when it comes to calculating the carbon in that area that's been purchased, it will be credited to the company that paid for it, that colonized the territory, or credited to the country of the home country of the company, of the corporation. A Nigeria that actually owned that territory will not count the forest in the marketed mangrove zone as part of Nigeria's carbon stock for the arguments of carbon trading or whatever.
You've spoken to, talking about the communities itself and how they can, work around this entire conversation around carbon markets and all of that. But let's talk about the government now. The government has introduced a national carbon market framework and registry. In your view, what governance safeguards must actually exist before Nigeria begins scaling carbon trading, especially around transparency, around land rights and benefit sharing? I wonder what you have to say about this, because clearly you are certainly not pro this carbon market. So I'm just interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of market environmentalism. We have to take real action. If keeping carbon in trees was a true way of it's a good climate action, and that's what nature does for us. If keeping carbon in a verifiable manner was a way of somebody earning carbon credits, I would have said the Ogoni people who have kept carbon in the ground since 1993, so many hundreds of millions of barrels of crude oil underground, that is carbon underground since 1993, that is 33 years now. We ought to now say, okay, we've kept this oil in the ground for this length of time, this amount of carbon that could have been released if the oil was extracted and burnt and used. And so the Ogoni people or the Nigerian state will say, okay, we kept this carbon stored, and we are going to keep it stored forever, so give us the carbon credits. Nobody's talking about that. And that's what it should be if the idea is to capture and sequester the carbon. But rather, because of this kind of thing that allows the polluters to continue polluting the polluting industries, they're talking about all kinds of mechanisms to capture the carbon from factories and sequester or bury the carbon in rock formations or in tanks at the bottom of the ocean or somewhere. They're talking about all kinds of geoengineering methods to capture carbon, to the carbon ocean fertilization, putting iron filings on oceans and then getting the algae to die and go to the bottom of the ocean, taking the carbon with it. If the idea was really to keep the carbon out of the atmosphere, keeping the oil in the ground would have been a flagship example of of doing the right thing. And that, in fact, is a real climate action. But now coming to the Nigerian scheme and how communities can benefit. Communities should just be told the truth. They're not going to benefit nothing. A bulk of the money will go to consultants, some will go to the government, and a trickle will go to the communities. There are examples from other nations. In Kenya, a community that was that accepted to have their territories taken over for blue carbon, for carbon trading, ended up getting what they got was from evidence somebody presented to me. It's one public toilet and one public tap for a whole community, for the exchange for carbon in their trees and to be expelled from, kept away from entering that forest. There's another place somewhere in Asia. All the people got that they could get a job as forest guards protecting carbon, and then they were going to be paid what was just enough for a meal each day. And so this is actually a very miserable thing to do. It may bring funding to the government, but it's not going to benefit the poor people in the communities. I would like someone to prove me wrong by showing me which community became shiny because their territory was colonized or adapted for carbon trading. It's a question of carbon slavery. In Mozambique, at the time, there was an agreement to utilize one particular area for carbon trade, and some families were paid $100 to watch over trees for 90 plus years. And it was part of the agreement was if anybody who took the money died, the family will continue watching over those trees to ensure that the carbon is in the trees. That is carbon slavery. Happily, that scheme was stopped when it was exposed. There's a case in Liberia where carbon cowboys sold forests that don't exist. They sold carbon import because it's imaginary. And somebody could stay in America and buy a fake carbon or fake forest somewhere without knowing. Of course, I know someone will say, well, they have to go verify, but there are cases where it was never verified that the forest actually existed until carbon had changed hands. Carbonized money had changed hands. So sadly for communities, it's another way of being sidelined, exploited, and dumped.
I wonder if you are also one of them. They worry that pricing forests, wetland ecosystem actually turns nature into a commodity. I clearly can tell the side you're on. From a moral and ecological standpoint, would you think that nature should be traded on market at all? Where do you personally draw the line?
Well, not at all. It's morally wrong for anybody to trade or marketize the services of nature. The things that nature does for us, nature doesn't ask for receipts or for payment for financial transfers to nature. Nature is not demanding for such things. But the whole concept, starting from the concept of green economy, look for ways to kind of financialize nature so that nature can go on speculatory markets, some kind of futures that you find in other trading systems. It really negates the rights of nature. And again, in 2010, April 2010, in Cochabamba, Bolivia, the world met. Some governments, some civil society actors met and came up with a draft rights of nature declaration for the rights of nature as a major climate action avenue, which gives human beings which requires that humans recognize the obligations we have to respect nature and to protect and understand the services of nature as gifts of nature to us. One of the case studies that came up along with the green economy argument was the cost of pollination. When you want to financialize or market the services of nature, cost of pollination was estimated to be worth billions of dollars a year. That means the pollination that is done by bees, by butterflies, and other insects. And so somebody could say, okay, since this is the value of pollination, I could kill off all the bees and kill off all the butterflies and manufacture a machine that would handle pollination, or employ a team of human beings who would carry pollen grains from one plant to the other. This is what nature does for us without our having to ask for it. But I do know also that right now humans are carrying pollen grains because chemicals on farmlands, herbicides and pesticides have done a lot of harm to bees and butterflies. So Yes, financialization, market environmentalism, they're all false solutions. They're not looking for the good of the environment or the good of people who depend on the environment. And what should be done? Let's respect nature and let's take actions that does not degrade the quality of what nature gives to us. And let's take real action to preserve the quality of our environment, the soils, the air, the water, and everything that makes life livable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nimo Bassi, for joining us today on The Big Story right here on Business Day Television. We hope to have you some other time to continue this conversation because there's definitely multi-layers to it. But thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Carbon trading is the wrong road, and no matter how far you go the wrong road, you can never reach the right place.
Well, you've been watching The Big Story right here on Business Day Television. Thank you so much for staying with us. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. This is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name remains Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Onyeka Valentine.
Absolutely. Let's get into conversations Nigerians are engaging with online. We start off with the first one gaining our attention, which is the travel permit granted to former Kogi Governor Yaya Bello by the Federal High Court while still facing trial for alleged 80 billion naira fraud. Now, the Federal High Court in Abuja granted permission to Bello to travel to Saudi Arabia to perform the 2026 Leicester Hajj. Now, Justice Emeka Nwite ordered the temporary release of Bello's passport, which had been in the custody of the courts to enable him undertake the religious exercise. Now, Bello is standing trial before the court over the alleged misappropriation of 80.2 billion naira, a charge he has denied. We'll take a look at some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this Umrah trip, this lesser Hajj as it's called. Daniel Rega, of course, always has, I wonder what it gets to do with his time, because he always has an opinion on every issue. Now, he says Yaya Bello, who still has an active case with the EFCC and facing a 19-count charge of alleged money laundering, is being allowed to travel abroad for pilgrimage. Now, same Yaya Bello that was declared wanted by the EFCC. Same Yaya Bello, whose request to travel abroad for medical reasons was earlier denied due to unsigned report. Nigeria, what a country. Let's see more reactions to the conversation. Dignified says the level of corruption in Nigeria is beyond frustrating at this point. It's so blatant and shameless, like it's happening right in front of everyone and nobody even pretends to hide it anymore. Honestly, it's exhausting to watch. Let's see more reactions to this conversation online. We'll probably have one or two more remarks. Barney has nothing to say. He says, I'm speechless. You know, there's some situations you just find yourself and you just don't have anything to say. Silence should just speak louder than any words. And honestly, I think that's where I am.
Well, interestingly, if you notice, I had to just clean my eyes to make sure that I'm seeing properly. That when I see the caption that Yahaya Bello is looking at traveling to Hajj and all that stuff. Look, truth be told, I'm almost about to say I'm speechless, but we can't say we're speechless in our kind of business. Our business has to do with talking, right? Elizabeth, honestly speaking, it's difficult to swallow. It is a tough pill, right? But when presented like this, you just again say, let Nigeria not happen to you. I want a case where we can always market Nigeria properly and not demarket Nigeria. But when issues like this come up, you begin to ask yourself, I thought when we were growing up, we had that, story of, all animals are equal. And we don't want to hear that some animals are more equal than others. If it was someone else that is not well known as he is, that is being chased around by EFCC or in EFCC net, do you think, right, the person will have these privileges? The answer is no. I believe that we should have no sacred cow, or cows, per se. In this fight against corruption, we need to make sure it is, again, without sentiment, dealt with decisively. This money, whether or not he stole the money or he took the money, whether or not, the point is, once it is alleged that you have a case that you have to answer. Look, submit yourself fully. Yes, I understand that you want to go and enjoy Hajj, case may be, but look, leave all that aside. Then is a national disgrace, right, that you already are in the news for this kind of thing. Can you, for once, take responsibility and say you want to stay with it 100%? Leave the Hajj alone, right? Again, I might be wrong. Some might agree with me, some might disagree with me. But I think that for what it is, we need to understand that the world is watching us. This is corruption. This is, money being missing, taxpayers' hard-earned money. Now that we are now asked to pay tax even more, thanks to the reform 2026, right? Nigerians will not be smiling. And so, if you are found wanting, submit yourself 100%. Don't look for excuses. And whoever wants to give him that, hall pass to now say, okay, to forget about it. Truly speaking, right? Let the court and the arm of the law, extend it fully. And if he's now found not guilty at the end of the day, good and fine, right? But to now want to dabble with the case and then throw in a wrench in between to frustrate the case, because all what I'm trying to see right now, or what I'm trying to see, is for some, people to now come and say, okay, it is religious based. Can we allow him go?
Yeah, and we always have a way of in Nigeria using religion
to always just make excuse for bad behavior. We don't want that. The other day on the show, I was making a case that when we have serious issues that ordinarily any other person around the world or country around the world will find answers to, will have clear, resolve to such issues. Because of our incompetency, sometimes some certain, parastatals and their incompetency, they will say, let's leave it, God will handle it. I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, God will handle it. Can we leave religion alone out of dealing with issues that we know is man-made. When we need God to step in, to be something that was above our power, like for instance, natural disasters, right? There we need some divine power to come in. But this is corruption that is caused by man.
Absolutely.
And will be solved by man.
Absolutely. It's funny how you said you were speechless, but you had a lot to say. But let's move to our next conversation now, which is another interesting conversation today. And I think this one really touches me. And it's all about how Nigerians are reacting to the life sentence of Biafran agitator Nnamdi Kanu, while Yoruba activist Sunday Igboho returns free to Nigeria. Now, that's the disparity. The Yoruba activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has officially returned to Nigeria, ending nearly 5 years of self-imposed exile and legal detention. Now, his return on Monday, January 26, 2026, follows a decisive executive intervention by President Bola Tinubu to remove the activists from the federal government's wanted list. Igbo's spokesperson Oluyomi Koiki confirmed that the activist is currently en route to the palace of the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Obarashidi Ladoja, to pay homage to the monarch who spearheaded the diplomatic efforts for his repatriation. But on the flip side, Nnamdi Kanu is being served life sentence, and of course Nigerians are reacting to it. We'll take a look at some of the reactions real quick and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online. Nefertiti says Nnamdi Kanu has been convicted of terrorism charges, but Sunday Igboho is a free man. Sheikh Gumi, who is the unofficial spokesperson of terrorists, is free. He's advocating for amnesty for terrorists and having meetings with them. Are you happy with the selective judgment? I'm sure.
Nefertiti is trying to play safe.
No, she's not trying to. I think she's posing question, food for thought, because
she's been objective with her
she's asking a very obvious question that has an obvious answer. Let's see more reactions to this conversation. Mark O.E. says Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist, full stop. He caused the death of thousands of Igbos and others in the southeast. He remained unrepentant until he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Sunday Igboho has repented of his sins and I have forgiven him. So who is he?
But I think that is quite, it's leaning to one corner.
Or do you think it's been sarcastic? Well, let's see more reactions. Daniel says, Daniel always has something to say. It says, Nnamdi Kanu agitated for Biafra, while Sunday Igboho agitated for Yoruba Nation. Both, according to reports, committed treasonable offense. So why is one free and the other sentenced to life imprisonment? Those are the big questions. Do we have one more reaction to this? Without any, we can just move on and see. Yeah.
Interestingly, the way it is, right? They say, if you must stand for something, then make sure every other person will enjoy the meal, as the case may be. You come to the table, make sure you come with clean hands. You see, the idea of equity cannot be reserved for some special people and then others, are not given that same treatment. Now, I'm not saying whether both of them are innocent or guilty. It's not our place to say. We are journalists, but we present it the way it was presented and then create some form of objectivity so our viewers can understand what's really going on here. It is clear, those at home I agree or disagree, but it's clear that some political move is in play here. Really, 2027 is around the corner. People don't know these things, but politicians want to play the game. They play something. Even if you ask a big question, the game of politics moves way beyond just politics itself, right? When they see cards to play, to be able to play in ground, they will play some cards. Now, Sunday Igboho, like we've now seen, has been granted that, right? Some form of freedom to move around. We saw exactly how the thing unfolded. The big question now is this. If we say we are one nation, shouldn't everyone answer and obviously get what it is that the law has stipulated out if you're found guilty? Shouldn't everyone who is under the law, right, get to face it fully? Again, am I in support of Nnamdi Kanu being, locked up and given life imprisonment or not? I mean, it's not my place to say. Our opinions here don't really count. What matters the most is let us just present it the way people can now make their own decision, right? I'm also in support of maybe why Sunday Boho wasn't also given life imprisonment. It's not our case here. I mean, this is not the court of law. But what's more important is that what kind of narrative, okay, is this sending? What kind of message is sending to the rest of the world? Remember, Donald Trump, not too long ago, right, said, quote unquote, genocide of Christians, okay? We all know very well that it's not as if Donald Trump really loves Christians like that of Nigeria. We know that for sure. But he made a point by saying, look, at least don't kill anybody any longer, okay? Why am I mentioning that angle? Truth be told, if this is what we're seeing now, does this now mean that come 2027, they might still want to move with we saying for what it is? We did Muslim ticket before, we'll do it again, right? You're only dragging international war space. With what has happened right now, they will still ask questions. Oh, wait a minute. So you're favoring one person and you're not favoring the other person. That's why with what we're seeing right now, the Nnamdi Kanu issue and the Sunday issue also. One is allowed to roam free. The other one is being given life imprisonment. It will spark international, concerns. And let's not forget in the hurry that Nnamdi Kanu already, right, has been given honorary, citizenship, right, through the state of Georgia. All right, and then what does this now mean? It means that the American eye will now be on Nnamdi Kanu. So with this one coming up now is a new development, and so it will give them more reason to ask questions. So
the whole Nnamdi Kanu thing, honestly, right. I mean, not to try to downplay all of the terrorism. What's it called? You see, are there allegations now? There are no longer allegations against him. The case has dragged so in and out of court, in and out. If he's repented, because one of those commenters said
that Sunday Boho repented, so
Boho has repented. Now, does it mean that Nnamdi Kanu has not repented? And how do we know who was repented and who was not? Is it that there was a statement to say, "Oh, I repented," or not repented? I don't know. That part of things for me. It's not really clear. And
it says Nnamdi Kanu is still defiant to the very last point of judgment. Again, it is what it is. The courts of law, I'm sure the legal framework of our country, they know exactly what they're doing with what we've seen. But the big question is, will they allow everyone to chip in and report the case the way it is, give us the right information so that we can bring to the public, and not just give us filtered information or doctored information. Who knows? It's a big country.
It is a big country. Let's move on now. Right. Speaking of big country, there's a lot happening. There's a lot always happening. And the third conversation is in the world of entertainment. Right. It's the marriage scandal and custody controversy between Nigerian singer Harry Song and his ex-wife Alexa Perez. Alexa Perez announced a decision to temporarily give up custody of their two children, aged 4 and 3, in an emotional video. The video, which she shared on her Instagram story on Thursday morning, showed Alexa describing the move as the hardest decision of her life, citing years of pressure following her separation from the singer. Alexa accused her ex-husband of constant harassment and interference, alleging that he frequently showed up at her home unannounced. I think this is always like the worst place to be. While formerly married couple, to have to deal with divorce and then when there's also kids in the mix, it makes it even more messy, having to handle all that. Who's going to be in custody, who's not going to be in custody. There's just a lot in the mix, and I can imagine what both of them are having to deal with. Just listen to her watching that video of her saying she had it's the hardest decision of her life. I can only imagine what she has to deal with. But we'll take a look at some of the reactions real quick on social media. See how Nigerians are reacting to this one. Lily Joe says, "This is so sad. I wish I could solve this. They could solve this peacefully. Those children are still young and they need their mother." Exactly, 4-year-olds, still quite young. There's another one from Mr. Chico. It says, "This is so heartbreaking. Hospital battles are never just legal. They are emotional trenches. Giving up our kids, even if it's for their well-being or stability, must be devastating. Wishing our strength and hoping that the focus stays on the children's happiness above all else." Absolutely. We'll see if we have more reactions. Savik Brown says, I'm still trying to make of it why and how adults bring their family and personal issues out on social media. If your families couldn't resolve the issue between you both, the church couldn't, the court couldn't, even village elders couldn't, how then do you in your wildest dreams think social media will?
That's the point.
Something I'm trying to understand.
That's the point. Again, everyone has something that first and foremost, let's we leave it at no, okay, maybe not leave it, but we mentioned the fact that it's not easy for one to deal with these issues. Especially, it's easy for those in social media to want to interfere and put their mouth in the matter. But if you've never experienced it before, you will not understand the traumatic, experience that comes with this thing, right? You lack loss of not loss of control, but lack of concentration. Some people can't even run their businesses properly because they're dealing with family matter. It goes way in deeper than you think it is, right? Because at some level you need counseling. It's a whole lot, especially when you have said you want to, you've said I do, and your other person said that also I do too. So it's a difficult road to walk. However, having said so, I think the last person has said if village elders couldn't have sorted out your issues, or the court, or family and friends, what makes you think social media can handle it? Again, there is some element of truth there. I will explain. For me, I think social media is what it is. It has always and keep on remaining, right, undefeated in every point and every time. Why? Because whatever you put up there, while you're feeling gloomy and you're feeling sad at the moment, will remain there even when you're happy, and people come back and refer to it. So it's not an easy call, right? Again, like I did say, no one has it easy. No one can come right here and not talk about, oh, he or she has it all squeaky clean. No one has it squeaky clean, right? But as the case may be, if you truly want to look at the future and hope that tomorrow something greater can come out of it, sometimes it's just best just not say it on social media, right? Like I said, the tough call. For some people, one of the ways they can survive that pain is just to let it out. If you're very close to a counselor, they always tell you, problems shared is problem solved. I agree, but shared with the right person. Because don't forget, you might have the heart of trying to resolve things, but those who want to see you fall on social media will keep on instigating, keep on dragging in old issues, opening old wounds, to even make your heart even more tougher to deal with these things. It is.
Social media is a mix of both.
It is.
The people that cheer you and the people that cheer you.
Most of
and sometimes it can be the same people that
and the ones that cheer you are actually cheering you not with good intent.
What's their intent?
Most of the time they just want you to just give them content. Intent for content. But our heart goes with these guys.
I wish Harrison and his wife, I wish them all the best.
All the best, and then things, yeah.
And I pray that the children, I'm always getting very why they get so.
And he's a great guy though.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure he is. I'm sure she is as well. But I'm really praying for the children, because I know how children need their parents, especially in this formative years. So to have to deal with this now was really tough. I do wish them peace above all.
And then the economic part also. I mean, when you're going through this kind of thing, for someone like him who is a creative person, already, creativity, yes, creativity needs 100% focus. And he has people who he has employed, under him in his so-called company.
You need to be
mentally sound to deal with this thing. So I wish him well.
Right. I'm not an advocate, but how Nigerians always just, not just Nigerians, but like, when are you getting a new outbreak so we can have new songs?
That's tell you how wicked people are on social media.
Like wicked, it's always said from one side, because it's like most of his best music
come out whenever it goes through a lot.
And that's why they named Omalay's own genre of music. They've named it Afro Depression. So there's that. Adele as well. People always saying, when is Adele going to get a new heartbreak so we can, because now
enjoy some outcome of the heartbreak.
Like, when are you going to have a new? So it's quite it's but it's funny, right? Because we get now it's kind of just what you say about that. Is it intent for content or something?
Most definitely.
Because Yes, I'm going through, say I'm Adele, I'm going through a heartbreak, and then he inspires me to write a song. But that does not take away from the deep pain I'm feeling. Fine, it's fun. At the end of the day, when I release a song, then you enjoy it.
Most definitely.
It's nice for you, but the process of me dealing with that is crazy. But anyways, what's this? We have to leave it here this morning on the social listening segment. It's been a lovely week so far on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. The headlines, the newspaper review this week, the big story, business morning, social listening. It's been back to back to back. And of course, next week we'll be back again for other exciting editions. My name hasn't changed. I remain Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Onyeka Valentine.
Until next week, stay safe.
Stay safe.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa. Get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. And now, the headlines. Naira hits record 1,369.99 Naira per dollar amid weak dollar boost. NGS market cap rises by 232 billion Naira. Federal government's 9 trillion Naira domestic loan surge drains lifeline from businesses. Telcos plan 1.4 trillion Naira investment on network expansion, NCC. Also, NCAA summons Overland Airways over disputed ticket tax. Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll give you the full news and details. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Let's begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Naira strengthened to a two-year high of 1,396.99 Naira per dollar at the official foreign exchange market on Thursday, following the rollout of the electronic foreign exchange market system and continued weakness in the US dollar. Central Bank of Nigeria data showed the currency gained 264.13 Naira from 1,616.12 Naira in December 2024, reflecting improved FS inflows, stronger external reserves, and better market governance. The Naira also appreciated in intra and parallel markets, while external reserves rose to $46.11 billion. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, said the appreciation signals growing confidence in Nigeria's economy and reform agenda, driven by sustained FS inflows and investor optimism. Analysts say the weakening of the US dollar is boosting capital inflows into emerging and frontier markets. Meanwhile, the Nigerian exchange closed higher on Thursday, January 29, 2026, as positive investor sentiment lifted equities despite a noticeable slowdown in overall market activity. Market capitalization increased by 232 billion naira to 105.97 trillion naira, while the oil share index rose 362.93 points, representing a 0.22% gain. Trading activity weakened, with 550.4 million shares exchanged in 38,635 deals worth 14.14 billion naira, reflecting declines in volume, turnover, and transaction count compared with the prior season. RT Briscoe led the gainers, rising 10% alongside Deep Capital Market and Trust and Veritas Capital Assurance. Veritas Capital Assurance recorded the highest trading volume. The rebound declined when sustained sale pressures pushed the market down 0.33%, according to reports. And moving on, the federal government domestic borrowing from the financial system rose sharply in 2025, despite elevated interest rate widening the credit gap between the public and private sectors, according to the Central Bank of Nigerian data. Analysis show credit to the federal government increased by 9.19 trillion naira during the year, significantly outpacing private sector borrowing and reflecting mounting fiscal pressures and reliance on local funding sources. Net credits to the private sector declined by 1.54 trillion naira, underscoring the strain on businesses operating under tight monetary conditions and high borrowing costs. Economists say the trend highlights a crowding out effect, where rising government demand for funds limit bank capacity to extend credit to the productive sectors of the economy. CBN figures indicate government credit climbed from 25.03 trillion naira in January to 34.22 trillion naira by December, intensifying concerns that shrinking private credits could weigh on investment, job creation, and growth. In another development, Nigeria's mobile network operators plan to ramp up infrastructure spending in 2026, committing to invest more than $1 billion deployed in 2025, according to the Nigerian Communications Commission. The pledge follows heavy capital expenditure last year when operators rolled out over 2,850 new sites, expanding coverage across urban centers, rural communities, and major transport corridors. NCC Executive Vice Chairman Aminu Maida said the gains highlighted in the latest network performance report were largely driven by the last year's investment and confirmed operators' plans to exceed them. The fourth quarter 2025 report showed improvement in download speed, video quality, and the 4G network strength, alongside a narrowing performance gap between urban and rural areas. While challenges remain, including gaps in the 5G availability, the NCC said higher investment in 2026 will be critical to improving coverage, reliability, and meeting Nigerians' growing data demand. Also, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has intervened in a dispute over the new tax reportedly applied retroactively by Overland Airways on tickets purchased before the introduction of the levy by the Nigerian Revenue Service on January 1st, 2026. The issue drew public attention after a passenger said her grandmother was asked to pay an extra 11,286 naira at Ilori Airport for a ticket purchased in 2025, raising concerns over unfair aviation taxes. In response, NCAA summoned Overland Airways for an urgent meeting with top officials, including directors of Consumer Protection and Air Transport Regulations and legal advisors, to clarify the basis of the additional charge. The airline argued aviation taxes apply when a ticket is flown, not purchased, citing a long-standing arrangement with tax authorities. NCAA emphasizing that any prior agreements are superseded by the new tax rules unless formally clarified by the NRS. Overland Airways has been directed to seek official NRS guidance and provide a response within 10 days, with instructions to facilitate refunds for passengers if the new tax does not apply retroactively. In other news, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has urged restraint over NAFDAC's renewed ban on sachet alcoholic beverages, warning that the move disrupts the operations of its members in the wine and spirit sector. Manufacturers Association Nigerian Director General Shegu Ajayi Kadiri said the ban, which contradicts the federal government directive, could harm the Nigerian economy by threatening indigenous operators, jobs, and livelihoods across the value chain. He added that the restrictions may encourage the proliferation of illicit and substandard products, increase smuggle imports, reduce government revenue, and limit affordable options for adult consumers with low budgets. Ajayi Kadiri noted that NAFDAC's action conflicts with a March 2024 House of Representatives resolution, which had restrained the agency from banning sachet and PET bottles alcoholic beverages after stakeholder consultations. MAN has since engaged the Senate for reconsideration, emphasizing that sachet and PET alcohol sales were designed to provide low-budget consumers with affordable choices and not to harm the public interest. And still on the business news hour, Lagos State has launched a statewide initiative to identify, document, and formalize informal land assets estimated at about 3 trillion naira, aiming to unlock dormant economic value and boost revenue. According to reports, the state government said the exercise will involve extensive mapping, valuation, and integration of land parcels long outside official records. The initiatives target informal land holdings, occupied or inherited properties lacking legal titles, bringing them into the formal system to improve land governance, reduce misuse, and curb revenue leakages. Approved by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the project appoints multi-projects as consultants, working with relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to drive documentation and urban planning outcomes. The program aligns with the Federation Government Land Formalization Agenda and World Bank-backed reforms, positioning Lagos as an early adopter in converting documented land into bankable, taxable, and investable assets. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, you're watching the Business News Hour. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development has made its first investment in Nigeria, extending a $100 million trade finance facility to Access Bank, marking its debut in sub-Sahara African's financial sector. According to a statement to Business Day, the facility is provided under the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development Trade Facilitation Program and is designed to strengthen Access Bank's trade finance operations and correspondent banking network. The program will support guarantees for foreign commercial banks and provide cash advances for trade-related loans, including pre-export, post-import, and local distribution activities, while also promoting intra-regional trade. The trade line is complemented by a technical cooperation package funded by the EBRD, offering training sections, workshops, e-learning courses, and other capacity building initiatives for Access Bank. EBRD President Odell Basso said the partnership underscores the bank's commitment to supporting local financial institutions and fostering sustainable private sector growth and trade finance in Nigeria. Also, Access Bank PLC says the 2026 African Trade Conference will serve as a strategic platform to shape Africa's role in global trade, strengthen policy dialogue, and deepen cross-border partnership. Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer Roosevelt Ogbonna described the conference as an action-driven forum designed to deliver practical outcomes rather than symbolic discussions. Building on its 2025 meeting edition in Cape Town, the conference will convene leaders across government, finance, trade, technology, and manufacturing to advance intra-Africa and global trade solutions. Ogbonna said Access Bank presence in 24 countries position it to facilitate cross-border trade, unlock regional value chains, and support African businesses in scaling globally. The 2026 edition will spotlight the African continental free trade areas, focusing on policy harmonization, infrastructure, digitization, and improve innovative financing to unlock Africa's trade potential. Moving on, FCMB Group PLC reported a profit after tax of 177 billion naira for the year ended December 31st, 2025, representing a 141% increase from 73.3 billion naira recorded in 2024. Gross earnings rose by 42% to 1.13 trillion naira, driven largely by a 61% surge in interest income to 1.0 trillion naira and stronger lending activities across the group. Net interest income more than doubled to 503 billion naira, while non-interest revenue also improved, with fee and commission income increasing 29% to 96 billion naira. Operating expenses rose amid investment in staff and infrastructure as personnel costs climbed to 106 billion naira and impairment losses increased, reflecting cautious risk management. Total assets expanded to 7.54 trillion naira, while shareholders' equity strengthened to 823 billion naira. Earnings per share rose 3.96 billion naira, highlighting improved value creation for investors. And now, away from that story, MoneyPoint Incorporated reported that its microfinance bank disbursed over 1 trillion naira in credits to thousands of small businesses in 2025, spanning provision stores, supermarkets, and building materials sellers, according to its 2025 year-in review. The fintech achieved unicorn status last year, completing a $200 million Series C funding round with investment from Development Partners International, Google Africa Investment Fund, Visa, and Verge Capital. MoneyPoint said businesses accessing its credit facilities grew by an average of 36%. The firm leveraged alternative data, including transactions histories and payment patterns, to expand financial inclusion beyond traditional credit scoring. Founder and CEO Tosin Eniola Rwandu said the company's first decade has laid a foundation for Africans' entrepreneurial growth, emphasizing strengthened and renewed confidence in the MoneyPoint Incorporated company. Let's go on a quick break. When we return, we bring you the news in details. Stay with us.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable full insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions.
Back. Finally, to wrap up the business news hour, the federal government, through the Nigerian Agricultural Quarantine Service, has warned against Nigeria becoming a dumping ground for substandard agricultural produce, urging fruit importers to adopt zero tolerance for unsafe imports. Speaking at a high-level stakeholders meeting in Lagos, the Nigeria Agricultural Quarantine Service Comptroller General Vincent Isegbe emphasized the agency's role in safeguarding the agricultural economy while facilitating safe and compliant imports. The engagement, attended by the stakeholders including the Nigeria Customs Service and Nigerian Shippers Council, focused on promoting transparency, regulatory compliance, and trust in trade processes without compromising national biosecurity. The meeting concluded with a compliance pact between NAQS and the Association of Fruit Importers in Nigeria, signaling a shared commitment to safe, quality fruit importation and strengthening collaboration across the sector. With that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us. Stay with Business Day Television for the latest update, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Hello guys, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra. My name is Anthony, and today I have in the studio Michael Adeni Damilola, aka Dami Fresh, DJ Dami Fresh. Basically, he is a DJ and also the lead digital distribution and marketing at Jonesing World Nigeria. You know Jonesing World, owned by the legend himself, the Prince, who is also Don Jazz's brother. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Nice to have you in the studio today.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
So it's been a long time coming. I've really wanted to have you.
You've always been talking about it.
Yeah, you know.
Over the years now, a couple of years now.
Yeah, sure. I think we've had you on different stories on editorial sector, on entertainment as well, and we really appreciate for all the your comments you give to us, very insightful, and I'm glad you are here also to give us
fresh. It's beautiful to be here actually. After all the years talking about it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It's been through my face eventually.
Yes, so that when you come with. All right, so let's go into the business of today. We're here to discuss about music, your career basically, and where you operate at Jonesing World. Let's start by tell us a bit about your role in Jonesing World and what was the perspective from that on the Nigerian music scene.
Basically, like you said, I handle the digital distribution and marketing, right? It's about uploading artists' music and labels to streaming platforms, as well helping those records get maximum visibility on those platforms, and also try to leverage whatever tools they have on the platform to, put the song in front of the right audience, right, and help the artists grow in platform and off platform, as well as also designing marketing campaigns that will help, grow the artist brand and, connect them to audience, and also over the years grow that audience so that, there's an exchange of value between the artist and such audience through the music in which the artist put out, and every other point of value that the artist is going to evolve into over time. Yeah. So that those audience can always buy into whatever the artist is trying to pitch to them, right? Today might be music, tomorrow the artist might be on an ad commercial, and we still need the same audience to gravitate towards it. It might be a maybe or a soundtrack for a movie that the artist is working on. It's different from the original or the core of what people know them for. The artist might be selling merch tomorrow, an event. So this is the same audience that love the music or that love the artist that will go ahead and dip their hand in their purse to buy into all that sense. So my work, is to help an artist build such ecosystem whereby they can leverage their craft across all these fronts and beyond.
We as music consumers, we might not know what happens behind the scene. Basically, we might not know in terms of what the artists actually have to go through in terms of getting branding or whatever they do, so that they can earn extra bucks so basically not everybody knows about this, and not everybody knows about what you do for your artists. So basically let's go back to you being a DJ. You still DJ, right?
Yes.
How do you link the two careers together? How do you link that together, being a DJ and also being
so basically concerning that, I think it complements one another, because from my experience, right, I'm on the back end of things, trying to build an artist or work with the artist to put out a product that will eventually be put out there for consumers to consume. But as a DJ, my skill set, my experience, my job also makes me interact with these consumers, which are the audience. I'm always with them 2 to 3 nights a week. So I know what people want. I know what dance floor, wants, right? So that also informs and helps me in terms of when I, in rooms where I would discuss about creating music or creating value that for an artist that the consumers want to, buy into. So this experience helped me to navigate between, being on the forefront while performing, or on the back end where trying to create product or brands that these consumers would like to, to be a part of. So that's cross-pollination of personality, is an additional advantage for me, because I understand the heartbeat of the dance floor, and I'm also at the forefront of where the product is being created. So I can also always, use my knowledge and expertise and experience to say, okay, why don't you move it this way, or go and update this way, to also add value on that front as well. I also try to bridge the gap between the artists and the consumers, using that experience.
Yeah, so can you spotlight some of the artists that you've been working with so far?
Currently working on Godzilla, Spaghetti, and Glorious. They are young artists that are growing. They're growing to the artist development phase. They have put out projects, as Godzilla and Spaghetti. They both have EP out there. You guys can check it out. It's a body of work. And Glorious has 2 singles out. You can also check him out as well. So yeah, there are new artists. They're finding their way in the industry. This entertainment industry is a wide landscape.
Yeah, it is.
It's a learning curve for every artist that enters, because it's quite saturated and overwhelming now, not just in Nigeria, but on a global scale. So as an artist, when you come in, everybody has a difference, right? So, but when you come in, most important thing is to learn, and try to play the long game. That's what I always tell most artists. Don't just come in, and some might be very fortunate on your first song, you just go bra, and they tend to forget themselves and don't learn. Over time, people will just move away from you with time. If you don't understand your craft or you're not adding value in terms of knowledge, you might have the talent, you might have the skill, but this music business encompasses way more than just being able to write songs and be able to sing. Right? So you should be able to know the business you're into. So if you're not giving yourself to learning over time, you might just fizzle out.
So walk us through the, in this modern market that we have right now, especially in Nigeria, what does true breakout moment looks like for new artists today in today's market, and how has Jonesing World helped to facilitate your new signings these young ones that you've spotlighted so far?
So breaking out artists in this modern age is a lot of things, right? People will say it's about money, it's about this, For me, based on my experience and what I've seen over the years, breaking new artists is a lot of work. There's money, there's a lot of strategy behind it, there's a lot of planning, right? But again, this what I'm about to say is kind of controversial, because this is why sometimes in some part of the world, especially in our country, some business entities don't want to invest in entertainment, because sometimes you need the grace of God when it comes to this arts and music. Do you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people that have come into here spend millions and spend thousands of dollars and nothing to show for it. Because sometimes you might just do everything right, but you just need the element of luck and grace for it to work. So, but in terms of doing the groundwork and breaking an artist, you need to first of all put in the work into the creation of the music, because that's the core of everything. You need to find a good sound for the artist. The artist needs to sell themselves into that sound and believe that sound, and find good producers to work with it to fine-tune that sound, because that is your identity. As a sonic identity, then also as an artist, you need to understand your visual identity. Although it might evolve over time, both the sonic identity and the visual identity, but for you to break out, you must be distinct, must be different, and you must own it, must be confident about it, and you have to be consistent. So if you can, you are sure about your sonics, you're sure about your visual identity, right? And you are consistent, There's a lot of social media tools that is out there that are free that artists can show themselves, like YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reel. Some of all these platforms are platforms whereby artists need to, once you've identified this, there are a lot of things you need to do or you can do. You just need to be in front of people, because you're trying to sell yourself. This little knowledge about yourself that you have been able to gather or fine-tune with yourself or your team, that okay, I sound like this, I can write like this, I can convey emotions in a certain way with these lyrics or with this sound, I can do content, I have this charisma, I have this energy, I have this aura. You show that through your visuals too as well, and your song, I can tell compelling stories, and you also push different narratives. Those are the things that move people to want to know about you, right? So as an artist, you need to know these things. If you don't have to guess it, you have to be sure part-time. Because let me give you an example. There's Adekunle Gold and there's AG Baby. Those are two different personalities. So that's why I say, as an artist, you always evolve. You evolve. But whenever it is you're starting out, you need to know what is working for you then, and what you need to define it. And once you know it, you and your team, you have to milk it for that era or for that period. Right, and if you want to rebrand and evolve, there's going to be a phase. You do that and be okay, this guy is moving to another level, right? So in every artist's career, there's always that journey. For artists to break out in 2025, you must know those things and you have to be consistent. If you're going on TikTok, you're going on YouTube, you're going on Instagram, but you have to be consistent, See these new guys that are training right now, these guys from the north.
Okay, yeah, not
those ones are the Lagos boys. I'm talking about this guy from the north, First Class and OG Abba. From my research, OG Abba has been promoting that one song now since February of this year. They just broke in I think October or November. Some other artists won't do that. They will have given up on that campaign or dropped other songs. It's not bad to drop other songs, but that's what I talk about consistency. Just don't be shy. Don't feel sad if people are not, gravitating towards what you're putting out there, but it's also a test or a task for yourself too, because there's a certain parts in yourself that you need to push to before something might break through for you, right? People need to see you sometimes some annoying amount of time before they make action, right? You know when you see an ad and you're seeing that ad continuously and it's annoying you as an artist too, you need to push your music that way. You have not start pushing your song to people are saying, this guy again, I've just seen my timeline.
Yeah,
I have not started.
There was this particular guy that had that thing. Was it this year or last year? He was on X every single day. We are seeing the video, and like it took one of our top artists to, I think was it Olamide or what?
Yeah, it's Zlatan.
Zlatan, and he was like,
yes,
what's up? What do you
this guy that was doing Twitter ads? The guy I'm saying, if people see you, but they act as if they don't see you.
Yeah,
but you need to push them to start. Like you corner them to a point whereby you make them take an action. Like him taking his phone to tweet that tweet. That guy didn't obviously meet him for news. No, that thing has gotten to him so much. Like, what is this guy doing? Let me talk about it. You know. Yeah. And another example of that for me was what's this guy, Nance Boy, when he dropped that Umbrella song. You know, I kid you not. Yeah, I didn't play that song on any streaming platform, but I knew the song. I knew the melody. I might just be doing something just, and I'll just be humming the sound. I will now be asking myself, what song is this? I don't know the artist or the song, but I know the melody.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it on Instagram. If I go to Snapchat, I see it. If I go to WhatsApp, people are posting. If I go to Twitter, I'm seeing. So it's in my front, it's everywhere. So for new artists, that's the energy you need to move, right? You might not have money to pay all those influencers, but you be your own influencer, be your own creator. You have your phone. What are you doing? That is your also. That's your 9 to 5. Do your content. Like let people cuss you out and say, you do this content piece too much. Let them say it's too much. Your work now. That means you're hardworking. Do you get what I'm saying? So new artists need to have that energy in this modern day because everywhere is noisy, everywhere is saturated. So if you don't have money, you have to go hard and use your phone, your camera and your phone, do as much content, be creative, be interesting, and just put out content. And before you know, you start growing some little audience and fan base. And when you start doing that, don't neglect them. Don't just expect them to take it. Tell them the action to take. If somebody is always commenting on your post, reach out to the person, tell them thank you, appreciate them, repost them. If they use your song as content, put it on your story. Let it be like an emotional connection between you and them because those are the people that will buy your tickets. So you have to, in that early stage, you have to really gravitate towards them at that level and grow with them.
So briefly, why do you think the industry is not seeing as much breakout stars as we used to have them back in the early 2000s, 2010s? Why are we not seeing as much as that in 2025? Because I think right now there are no new stars. There are no new, this can be a Bonner or this can be a Wiz. We even though we have like the top 3 or the big 4, if anyone wants to put himself in that conversation, why are we not seeing people that we are thinking, this can be like a mega star that will still be here for like the next 10 years? What are we missing out?
For me, right, over the years I've observed this too as well. I feel like one of the major issues is that the industry is now becoming too expensive.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, even new artists that are trying to come up, they have this idea that if you don't have so amount of money, you can't go into music, you can't go into entertainment because everybody wants to get a piece of the block, right? So sometimes it's discouraging for the artists themselves and also to the investors because investors, they're in the business, so they've done some certain project that maybe didn't go well, or they are still want some that is going well for them, but it's not based on, if you check the money in which they have invested and the result they are getting where they are right now, is not equating, but at least they've enjoyed some level of success. So it's too expensive. Right.
So basically, that
was one of the major reasons. It's too expensive.
Because we talk about
who's willing to take that risk to invest millions of naira in you when nobody even knows you yet.
And how much are we talking about in terms of the scale of millions of naira?
Okay, let me just say like at least at least 500k USD. Between 300 and 500k USD, like you need to invest maybe like on a particular act, one act for a period of let's say like 18 months to 2 years to get more like you're looking at a project, music videos, marketing campaigns, influencer campaign. It's a lot of expenses. How many people are willing to take that risk with someone they don't know from anywhere just because you are putting out content online and getting that, okay, you have something in you? It's not so many people are willing to take that risk now, because the entry point into the industry now is not very expensive. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's pushing a lot of people back. So that's why if you saw that really breaking out in recent time, even though they might have some fun there, but the artists have to have character. You have to have charisma. It's not like before again that you just pay, and before you know it, you're already there. The times have changed. Yeah, even the audience behavior has changed. They need to see that you are about it, before people start giving you that audience. And there's a lot of people a lot of things that is taking people's time now, because the world is not as created as it used to be before. Before there's gatekeeping and creation is kind of sacred, but now everybody is a curator. Everybody is trying to fight for attention span. So sometimes maybe on WhatsApp and you want to do something on Instagram. Before you get to Instagram, you're forgetting why you Instagram. Then you're not starting. What I want to do, you now go out to WhatsApp to check. So attention span is very short. So everybody, even on WhatsApp, people are posting on your WhatsApp story. You consume content every time. Even though you don't want to consume, you consume.
And there's music now. On WhatsApp status, you can upload.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is not a curator. So for an artist to break through, it's war. If you don't have charisma, you're not like consistent, it will be hard. It's not like before that once you just have a sweet song. We have to have that energy to push the song, the aura. People need to see that fire in you, and consistently. If you are posting your content and you're saying maybe like 2,000 like, 500 like, 1,000 like, don't be discouraged. You need to work, because, and again, the way algorithm works, algorithm needs to see that you're putting in efforts. It's not like you post today, you not post for 5 months, and when you post, you believe that everybody will just
jump in.
No, it doesn't work that way. You have to be consistent. You have to have like a programming. The way you open your TV station, I know that by 6 o'clock or by 12, they are doing this program. As an artist, you have to have programming, because what the algorithm understand is programming, because it's the program itself.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, and the number of times you put video, out there trains the algorithm to know, okay, every Monday this guy posts by 1 p.m. You have to be like that. You have to be strategic. You get intentional. So if you do all of these things, trust me, you just need one moment, and when that moment comes, you capitalize on it. Before you know it, you'll be out there. So for breaking new artists in this era, this is one of the challenges that I would say, I've observed, and I've discussed with other people too. Artists, you need to just take a chance on yourself, and the times have changed.
And I think you mentioned something about like gatekeeping. So I think have we crossed that part of having gatekeepers?
So they're gatekeepers, but now the thing is that they can bypass the gatekeepers if you know what you are doing. If you have that charisma, that tenacity, and that consistency, you still need them. But the beauty of it now is that because you have free tools that you can use to showcase yourself and go straight to the audience, they will now be forced to align with you.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? Just like this Marvel, for example, now. Obviously, there must have been some good that must have paved way for him or give him a co-sign initially. But now it's getting the wave, so it's so kind of big. Those big guys also want to jump on that wave. But normally, they won't reach out to him before, but because now they say he has the numbers, they'll reach out to him, right? And he's also used to also draw those new audience and young audience to themselves too. So it's strategic, because when he drew, I think last month, one of the Fridays, he had 3 songs in 1, 2, 3. That's not happened before for a new artist. His first year as a rookie. This is his rookie year now, and he has a number 1, number 2, number 3 back to back. And these are like the big artists, CK, Davido, and Wiz on it. That's massive. About this thing we're talking about, they've seen that movement and they like, this guy, okay, the wave that is building, let's jump on it. And to the people who like, they're supporting the young. There are a lot of other young guys too that are doing a lot of good stuff out there, but you won't see them. But they've spotted and said, this one will favor me. Let me do this. That's how it works. So if you don't push yourself to that position, trust me, you will not get that opportunity. But with social media now, you can just do your thing and be consistent. When it's looking good, those guys will come around. Even other industry people too will come around and give you that cosign that you need.
Yeah, so that's actually nice. But let's talk about like you as a DJ from your own perspectives. Our clubs, I know we are entering the dirty December period now, and it's quite a time for music artists to actually come out and show that they belong to the space, especially the upcoming artists and the new artists that are on board. My question is, are clubs and festival circuits and concerts, are they still a reliable launch pad for these new talents?
Yes, they are. Reason being that it's an avenue to meet, prospect one-on-one, right? As an artist, if you have a good record, right, probably not a viral hit record, but it's a good song, right? And you compose yourself well, you're able to secure some of these platforms for yourself to go and showcase yourself, right? You don't need everybody at that event. You don't need everybody. If it's just 10 or 20 people that your performance or your song can wow, that's a start. It's a win, right? So let's give an example. In December, you're able to secure 10 events to perform at as a young artist coming up, and you're able to get 20 people from these 10 events, 20 people each from each of the events you go to that try to listen to you or try to follow you. That's a good number to start with, because if your song is good and your personality is good, they go check your TikTok, they go check your Instagram, and they kind of find a liking to you, you've won close to 200 people over, right? They have families and friends, they have speakers, they have a playlist, they have friends. They can say, I just discovered this new person, check them out. Or they forward your link of your content to some of your friends. In that way, you can also build and find, or other people will find you through that medium. So those events, even though you might not pay some of these new or coming artists that they are not yet big, you might not pay them, but you need the value you get from the audience you are connecting to more than whatever someone wants to give you now. Because once you build that audience, those are the people that will probably want to pay to see you next year. Let me give an example. Now look at Fola now. He just came in last year with that Alone song with Bad Boy OML. Fireboy jumped on the remix. He put out an EP, Bella on it. This year he did his first album. He did a couple of feature Kistanio, I think he did with Dancing to different people. You tap into different people's audience. Did with Wizkid and DJ Tunes. He has grown. He's one of the most streamed young artists this year. He has grown his discography and grown his audience by tapping into other people's. Now he's going to do a show in December now. He's going to call ticket, let's say 20 or 30K. People are going to buy it because they know the song and they love the song. They want to sing it back to him. So all the other fans, and some people pride in the fact that they are early adopters of his sound and music. It's now that you guys are just me, I don't need choke so there are also all those early core fans too. So as a young artist, that you have good music out there and you believe in yourself and you need to get these opportunities to perform somewhere, you need to find those your early adopters first, those your starter audience, those your core audience. You need to find them through those mediums, right? Connect with them at this December event and groom them, grow with them. That's what I was saying earlier, that if you see people that are commenting or are reposting, you appreciate them, thank them. You understand what I'm saying? A like on their comment or a reply or a DM chat, they will value. That's an incentive for them taking action to want to like your music when you are not yet known or blown yet. Right? So you should appreciate those people that make conscious effort to give you an audience or give you a listen while you are trying to grow. Don't just expect that I want to blow. No, it's a business too. If you're a business person, right, your business don't just start. Even though you invest big money, don't just on the first day, don't just expect to make the big money back. It's gradually you grow the business. So this also is a business for those artists too. If you see people that are trying to engage with you, Shazam your song, tell I like your song, engage with them, communicate with them. As your business or your operation expands, you might not be able to do the little chat with them on a daily, but once in a while too, just okay, this week I want to be preparing my. It's always a good, even though you're a big star now, it's always a good thing. You can even do see the way Shatawale did events on his birthday for his people in Ghana and see how massive it is. Do you see the turnout? It was massive. The old square was filled. The road leading to the square was filled. That is raw, genuine love from fans, and that's how to be when it comes to music. Every time you are collecting. As a celebrity, how are you giving back to people that actually buy from you? It's always very important. See, here's some point now. Look at beverage companies. every year they're always doing one promo or the other. If you open the crown cork of a Disney, you can win something. It's not that they can go by selling their product because we're already addicted to those products.
Yes.
But they still need to let you know that as you are buying a product, we are trying to also give you back, give you refrigerator, give you a fan, give you generator. As artists too, you should also plan things like that too. People are buying your ticket, they are buying your merch, they are listening to your music. You can do something and say, okay, I'm giving back this. Find a way to find a way to give back to them, because it's a strategy, it's a business. You're also investing back in people that are investing in you. That way you will not run out of business, because as they are servicing you, you are servicing them back. So as an artist, if you see it as a business that way, that you are a company, you are a business, you always have campaigns that you run every year how to service your fans. As they are pouring water on you, pour water on them back. So everybody will be enjoying. You understand? That way to be going. When I saw that Shatta Wale movement, I was really moved though. Bro, that thing was massive, because I've been to that square before and I know how massive it is. So to be there, to see it being filled that way, and people cannot even get in, like no. For just one artist, it shows how people love him genuinely and how he has been. Do you know how funny Shatta Wale is? The way he communicates with his fans and his audience, this is like part of the things. Like, he shows his personality, not just every time music. Shatta Wale talk about life, talk about family, he interacts, he plays, he gives. There's no way if Shatta Wale is going anywhere for interview or anything, he takes money, cash along. As he's entering, he's giving the presenter, giving the staff, he's smiling with everybody. That's how you do it as an artist. Not that when you enter somewhere, everybody starts feeling stuff. Let them relax around you, because you are sharing. As an entertainer, you are sharing good times, good energy. So anywhere you step into, let people feel it. Do you get? That's how I see it.
Yeah. So let's move into like the next. So as an artist, basically, what are the pitfalls that you should avoid if you want to get yourself signed? I know that some people, as much as they want to be indie artists and make it that way, some artists are also looking to be signed to big labels. So what are the pitfalls they should avoid to get themselves more visibility by these labels?
Okay, what I will say is, firstly, educate yourself about the business.
Be enlightened
about the business. You have YouTube. Try and read about the business and acquire skills. As an artist, doesn't stop you from owning your skills as a songwriter. You understand? You can write songs and send to people that I write the song for you. I think it will fit you. Write songs. You can be a songwriter. You can be an engineer, say mixing engineer or a recording engineer, right? Acquire skills. It's very important. Then also, you need to be visible. Don't know how to sing and do covers and do freestyles and not show it. Because if people come to your page, what would they see? Right? See, like I said earlier,
This is the Business Day Midday Bulletin, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, business leaders weigh Nigeria's 2026 budget at PwC Business Forum. Naira strengthens to 385 naira per dollar. Global dollar emerging. Has furthering its 203 billion SPF in 2025, despite high UPC. $20 in Methelier UCC Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I am Norma Obona. Business leaders in Nigeria are expected renewed optimism after yesterday, following an executive roundtable hosted in Lagos by PwC Thursday, 2023. The forum brought together chief executives, policymakers, and other stakeholders to examine how fiscal plans, tax reforms, and public spending priorities can support growth after recent macroeconomic adjustments. Insights from PwC's latest CEO survey suggest improving confidence with more than half of Nigerian businesses expecting revenue growth in 2026, and the majority forecasting
participants emphasize policy consistency, budget discipline, and private sector collaboration as critical to converting stability into investment, job creation, and inclusive, sustainable economic growth. Stakeholders also call for clearer timelines, credible governance, and stronger coordination between government institutions and the business community. And moving on, the Naira extended its rally in the foreign exchange market on Thursday, appreciating to 1,385 per dollar as the US dollar weakened. Data from the central bank currently gaining significantly in the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, reflecting improving sentiment around both global and domestic currency conditions. Development comes to the US economy and monetary policy, FX liquidity and prosperity. Strong intraday demonstrating sustained momentum in the official market, marking a continuation of gains recorded earlier in the week. Development in global currency markets played a key role in supporting the Naira's performance during the trading session, while it was under pressure during the week due to easing expectations around interest rate hikes and improving sentiment in global risk markets. Nigeria collected more than 203.9 billion standard cubic feet of the natural gas in 2025. Its overall gas utilization remained above 92%. This is according to the latest figures released by the Nigerian Upstream National Petroleum Regulatory Commission in its full year. Prediction in Nigeria's gas with higher production utilization gas flaring. Show that total gas production in 2025 stood at about 2.71 trillion standard cubic feet, 1.46 trillion SCF of associated gas and 1.25 trillion SCF of non-associated gas, with roughly 2.2 trillion SCF utilized. According to reports, gas flaring in Nigeria is largely driven by associated gas, which is produced alongside crude oil. $23 billion withdrawn using forged documents on the Emefiele details. These and more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Witness in the trial of former Central Bank of Nigeria, Governor Godwin Emefiele on Thursday told the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Abuja that $6.23 million was withdrawn from CBN's Garki branch using forged documents. This disclosure was contained in a statement issued by the Economic and Financial 2026. According to the witness, the money was allegedly intended for election-related expenses, including payments to election observers, but the withdrawal was processed through fraudulent approvals. Ashiruddin Mohammed Mashanu, an assistant director to CBN and 11 prosecution prosecution witness told the court that he was approached in January 2023 by an individual named Alhaji Ahmed. The FCC statement shows that the witness says he was asked to recommend someone to collect the money as he could not go personally, while the front later collected the $6.23 million from the Garki branch, after which $2.5 million was left with him and 2 others. The National Office of the Technology and Promotion reveals that computer software applications built in Nigeria more than $1 million in total sales. Director General of the Office of BdtV, Amadiobi, revealed this Thursday in Abuja, saying the achievement reflects rising global acceptance of Nigerian-built digital products driven by capacity in software development, mobile applications, and enterprise solutions. The agency also highlighted the growing competitiveness of Nigerian tech startups in international markets, noting that the sales milestone demonstrates the commercial viability of homegrown technology and serve clients across Africa, Europe, North America, and parts of Asia. According to the agency, stronger intellectual property protection, improved developer skills, and expanded venture funding have played key roles in supporting the export of Nigerian digital products, adding that the growing adoption of locally built platforms by domestic businesses has also helped startups refine products before being approved. Lagos State statewide initiative to identify, document, and formalize informal estimated to be worth about 3 trillion naira. The initiative is aimed at curbing land misuse, unlocking dormant economic value, and boosting internally generated revenue by bringing undocumented land into the formal system. According to the statement posted on the state government's official X account Thursday, the exercise will involve extensive mapping, integration of land parcels that have remained outside official records for gaps. Lagos State government and the initiative is designed to unlock the economic potential of undocumented land while removing revenue linkages and improving the land governance. The local news, Nollywood filmmaker and actor Stanley Amandi was arrested alongside military officers accused of plotting a violent overthrow of President Bola Tinubu's administration. Amandi, a director and former chairperson of the Enugu State chapter of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, was arrested in September 2020. Reports revealed that the actor was hired to serve as a propagandist for the alleged coup plotters who were said to be planning the assassination of top government officials. According to government sources, alleged violent takeover in which Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and Speaker of the House of Representatives Tajudeen Abbas were among those marked for elimination. The defense headquarters, however, confirmed the plan to remove the administration illegally, stating that the indicted officers would be arraigned before military judicial panels. Coming up, Ethiopia to scrap draft restructuring $1 billion fund. After this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Ethiopia will go back to the holders of its €1 billion bond for the negotiations after its official creditors said a proposed debt restructuring deal struck early this month did not meet comparability requirements. The finance minister revealed in a statement that the official creditor committee in its co-chairs has informed Ethiopia of its assessment that does not fully meet the requirements of comparability of the ministry said Ethiopia would resume discussions with its ad hoc bondholder committee, which represents the US and European investors who hold more than 45% of the 2024 Euro bond, to try to find a solution. Ethiopia defaulted on the Euro bond in mid-2023 and opted to rework its debt under the G20's Common Framework Initiative. Also, Burkina Faso's military-led government has dissolved all political parties and scrapped the legal framework governing their operations, according to a decree approved by the West African Nations Council of Ministers on Thursday. The decision by the military rulers who seized power in September 2020 following the suspension of political activities. Minister Emil Zabo said those decision was part of a broader effort to remove the state after what he said in the country's multi-party system. Zabo added that a government review found the multiplication of political parties had fueled divisions and weakened social cohesion. Now onto the foreign scene, the European Union has added Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to its terrorist list in response to Iran's deadly crackdown on protesters in recent weeks. The bloc's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, says repression cannot go unanswered, adding that the move would put the RIGC, a major military, economic and political force in Iran, on the same level as jihadists like Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, however, described the EU's decision as a stunt and a major strategic mistake. Human rights groups estimate thousands of protesters were killed by security forces, including the IRGC, during weeks of unrest. Speaking on Thursday, French Foreign Minister Jean Barrot described it as the in their no U.S. President Donald Trump has said Russia's Vladimir Putin has agreed to attack, rather, Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, the part of the country for cold weather. Russia has not confirmed an agreement, while Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky has welcomed the move. Trump did not specify when the pause will begin. Overnight into Friday, air alerts went off in just 4 Ukrainian regions that are close to the frontline. Temperatures in Kyiv were due to plummet from Thursday, reaching -24°C over days. Russia has intensified attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure in recent weeks, as it has during cold periods that began in 2022. And we bring you the sports news after this break. Has distanced itself from that 2025 following unrest in the African Cup of Nations final in Morocco. Reports have suggested that some football authorities in Africa were imposing sanctions against the Tarraga Lions over their unruly conduct during the AFCON 2025 final against host nation Morocco in Rabat. Federation of African Football has already imposed disciplinary and financial sanctions on both Senegal and Morocco. Senegal's 1-0 extra time victory was overshadowed by side confrontation and crowd disorders back the video late in the match. And now to end the news, Erling Haaland ended his 5-game goal drought as Manchester City put their faith in the Champions League last 16 with 2-0 victory over Galatasaray. Pep Guardiola's side faced the unwanted prospect of a shock Bodo Glimt last week, but they comfortably saw off the Turkish champions at Etihad. City could have taken the lead inside the opening 3 minutes, but Haaland headed Ryan's pinpoint cross wide from the 8 yards out. The Norwegian made ball and then finish over the on-Russian Huracan to end his barren run in open play. This is where we wrap up the BusinessDay TV midday bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'm out. Thank you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smart choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights
That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layouts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? And yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Welcome to Reflections Nigeria, where we reflect on the current issues in our country, be they political, economic, and or social. Today we'll be looking at what is going on in Kano State. And as usual in the studio, I have with me the Sunday editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor here in BusinessDay, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you very much for having us.
Without much ado, Kano is the next place now. Kano is hot after Delta State, Akwa Ibom State, Rivers State, Plateau State, and quite a number of Taraba and Bayelsa State. The next now is Kano State. Finally, the governor of Kano State, Governor Abba Yusuf, has defected to the APC. And people are asking questions. What is the bait? Mr. Zebulon Agomo, what is Tinubu and the APC using as a bait to drag these people or attract these people into APC?
Yeah, thank you, George, for this topic on the discussion points. that you want to examine this afternoon. But asking me what is the best is a little bit because I'm not a member of the APC and I'm not in the decision-making machinery of the party. What we are doing here is just to hazard the possible reasons why the governors are running. The governors are all on the run
to the
APC. And going by what we know in this country, and as we march towards the next general election bill for next year, we cannot and we shouldn't look very far away before we find the reason why they're on the run to the ruling party, which cannot be far from the fear of unknown, fear of being defeated in their re-election bid, and especially in our own climate, in a country where people believe that the votes of the people do not matter. So what matters is the capacity to rig, the capacity of the sitting government to manipulate the electoral process in favor of those that are under the ruling party, which is very unfortunate. So because if governors had believed that the votes of the people mattered, we wouldn't be seeing what we're seeing now. There is just that belief that no matter what happens, no matter the votes a governor garners, it doesn't amount to anything. What matters is what the Independent National Electoral Commission will declare. The result the body declares that day is what matters. It doesn't matter even if a whole state turns out to vote for a particular governor. If the electoral body believes that that governor does not merit victory, so it will go to another place. It's a sad commentary, and it's a very negative process we are running. If we say we're in a democracy, we shouldn't be seeing all this. But here we are, and I think that is a major reason why the governors are defeating. Even the governors that are being said or that are seen to be doing something very great in their various states, ordinarily that their re-election should be a fait accompli, which should be sacrosanct. But they are also running because they are not sure of what the election will be in 2027, and they are not sure that based on the votes, on the ballot of their people, they will be back. So that's why you see this thing happening. So, and we shouldn't be deceived by any other rhetoric anybody is pushing out there.
Okay, thank you. Chuka, you know, if there's one governor that people did not expect to defect to the APC, it is, Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State, given the fact that, the election that brought him into office in 2023 was keenly contested. In fact, the margin of, win was not that much. You remember there was a lot of a contest, there was this contest as to, I think the NNPP stood its ground to make ensure that APC did not take that state, and then I also recall that when he came in, because of the how fiercely contested that election was, and they were able to win. And they also given the fact that there was this suspicion that APC was, pushing to take that state. But let's do the again. He came into office and then he was, just going about demolishing things that, Ganduje had built. In fact, at one point, it was the demolition machine. And so the animosity between him and his predecessor, Ganduje, was so fierce, was so deep, that anything Ganduje, he wanted to take it down. But to see Abba Yusuf now going into APC such that it is Ganduje that was now raising his hand to say, look, you are the political leader of APC in this state. People are really wondering what is going on. Like I asked Zeb, is it that there's something that APC is using to attract these people? I'm still wondering.
Okay, thank you so much, Josh, for this question. I don't think there's anything like a bait or anything attracting a magnet that the APC is holding to attract these people. It is rather the people that are pushing themselves towards it. And the reason is not far-fetched because everybody wants to preserve, self-preservation. You want to secure yourself against the next
election.
The next cake that they are being baked. Because you can't be too sure. You can't be too sure. Even when you win elections sometimes, the ruling party can decide say who did not win. So to be on the safe side, just like my colleague pointed out, there were some governors that nobody thought they would ever leave the party that brought them to power to go to the ruling party. Take for instance the governor of any state. Mr. George, a very performing governor. Everybody thinks that, even if he runs to PPP, he will still win election because he's doing something that things that are touching the lives of his people. But another thing is because some of these people have a lot in their skeleton, in their cupboard. And these are known by everybody among themselves. They know what happened. Take for instance that Governor that came, didn't win the election. But at the end of the day, he won the election. That is why whatever. You remember the election was even taken to Abuja to be decided. So eventually he won. So those who decided his victory know what is at stake. On the day of reckoning, they can say, you remember that. And he wouldn't like that to happen. So to protect that position that he wants, and then no governor would like to do, hey, let me just do one term and walk away. If I don't win again, second term, because everyone tells you, I'm coming for the people. And in actual fact, they are not coming for the people. They come for themselves and for those who are pushing them. And in the case of Kano governor, it's really very surprising. And that's why even his godfather, extreme godfather now, says it's the betrayal, the worst betrayal of the century. Because nobody actually expected that Abba Yusuf would never leave, not even because of the party, leave the man that brought him into power, so to speak. And but because they know what they want, and they tell you, we are living there for the interest of our people, so that they will get what is whatever is in Abuja for our people.
Yeah.
If they haven't eaten on ground, they will now start eating
on the table.
So that's why many of them, you cannot just say APC. Well, there could be an unseen hand that is pushing some of these things. But I believe that if we have conscience, if we are a country where people form parties based on ideology, what you believe in, what you think you can do for the people, whatever the kind of law, whatever the kind of whatever anybody is pushing you or offering you, because nobody is hearing it. There's no public offering. Come when you come, this is what we are going to do for you. Nobody says that. Yet they are moving to that place. That tells you, like faith, which is an unseen hand that controls the face of the world. There must be an unseen hand that is pushing all these things. It's either you do or you don't. And you know they have the zeal of everybody. They will just come in the night. And don't forget that the politicians are nocturnal operators. They don't operate during the day. So at night, we are sure you are sincere. It's either you come this way or we use this one against you.
Okay.
And so far we have seen that any dissenting voice in the country today risks a lot of things. And nobody like to go for that kind of risk because we can never come out of it. What's scattered?
Because of course, in any case, because there's no ideology, they don't even have ideology. So,
I say, I believe
there's nothing holding them back.
Yes. will not go for whatever you're offering.
Exactly.
Because he believes.
He stood for something.
Stood for something. Yes.
And then look, remember,
was it Ibrahim?
His politics without bitterness.
Yes.
If I win, yes. If I don't win,
it's a game. It's a game.
And he was contented with what he had.
Yes.
He was okay with what he believed in. But in the present day, it's about where is it happening today.
Yes. Anything can happen tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, but Zeb, NNPP has described Abba Yusuf's defection to APC as the biggest betrayal, and of course they've also said that look, they will make sure that they retain, they take back, the seat in 2027. So, do you see the Kwakwansia movement is still very strong in Kano State? Do you see the possibility of NNPP still getting that state back in 2027 now that Yusuf has moved to APC?
Yeah, anything is possible in politics. If you are talking about betrayal, I'm not sure that word is still having any meaning in the country and in political circle, because there have been series of betrayals. If you know, wasn't a known politician before Odom Emmanuel brought him on board. But see what is happening there today. He ditched Emmanuel and joined APC, and in fact threatened everybody under him that they must all join APC. So Emmanuel is still in the PDP up till now. It's like that everywhere.
That's Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom State. That's Akwa Ibom State. So across the country it's like that. Coming back to Kano, Kano is a very interesting state in Nigeria when you talk about politics. Nobody jokes with Kano that has 44 local government areas and a large population at that. And if you ask me, I would tell you that Tinubu's target is not just about Abba Yusuf. The target is the big man there, Kwankwaso himself. And as you know, APC had already made some overtures to him, but he refused to join them. Don't forget that when Ganduje was removed as the chairman of the APC, people thought that they removed him to bring in Kwankwaso. So Kwankwaso had been a very big fish, and the presidency knows that. In the last election, presidential election, NNPP scored 900 and something thousand. APC got 500 and something thousand. So the thinking is that if NNPP will devolve into APC, then they will have a very huge haul of votes in 2027. So talking about the astuteness of the man called Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso and his Kwankwasia movement, anybody who takes them for a joke is deceiving himself, because they are still on ground. I am not sure, I can't stay here to say that Yusuf had built a structure that can rival that of Kwankwaso as of now. If you also ask me, I think the greatest beneficiary of all these things happening is Ganduje himself, who has many cases in court over the alleged corruption cases hanging on his neck. Now that he's promoting Yusuf, and Yusuf has already joined APC, it means that all those cases hanging on his neck will be dropped in line with the philosophy of APC that if you join, that your sins are forgiven. So what is going to happen there now is that all the sins of Ganduje will have been forgiven, because the court will now drop all those cases. And it does also to the negative or to the disadvantage of the state. Because if a person is accused of stealing billions or the public fund, and now just because allegedly it's accused of that.
Yes,
That's why I use this accused of. So now the state is just dropping it because of political considerations. You know what it means, and these things are what goes on all over the country, and that's why the country is not moving forward. So your question, let's come back to your question. Does Yusuf have what it takes to retain power in 2027? It's left to be seen, because Kwankwashia movement is a strong movement that is not dying today. It has stood the test of time, and Kwankwashia has used it to do one or two things there, and it's still also on ground to do a lot. So I think something tells me that APC will not be resting on its oars, because because Yusuf had joined APC. They'll still be going for Kwankwashia to see how he will join his political godson. That's what I can say now. Kwankwashia is still very much on ground to dictate the pace of political activities in that state.
Okay, so you said something interesting, because of this also flying around. Chuk, I'm going to ask you that a lot of people are saying, look, Yusuf is going to the APC as a kind of a forerunner. As you were, John the Baptist came and then prepared the way for Christ to come. So there are people who are saying, look, he is stepping out first to go and then stay with the APC with the understanding that Kwakwanso will eventually go to the APC. And those who are saying this is because, for instance, we saw during when he was being received into the APC, he was still wearing the red cap of the Kwakwanso movement, while moving out NNPP flag, and the other things have been dropped. But that red cap that is known for the Kwakwanso movement, he was still wearing it. Do you align with this kind of belief or thought, or
Joshua,
permutation?
It's very difficult to draw conclusion about anything, because what you see today may change just
the next second.
Yeah, because interestingly, very recently, Rabbi Kwakwanso said that any party that will offer him a vice presidential ticket, I think that was one of the conditions that he gave to. So, if, for instance, and those are some of the things that people are also
saying that it's difficult to dwell on anything and say, oh, you are sure to express certainty about anything happening, especially in politics. Don't forget that Kwakwanso's son, who was part of Yusuf's government, resigned immediately after his defection. That might be cotton will be pulled over our eyes. They may have discovered that, oh, let it seem as if. There's something we call in literature very similitude. Very similitude is that, oh, this is really.
What is
happening? They can just carry the head of Joshua on top of my own and say, it is Joshua. In actual fact, it is not you. So, the thing about politics in Nigeria is that people just do things and say they won't know. They won't know. The people will believe it. And some people have resigned from that cabinet in reaction to what has happened, to give the impression that, oh, what is happening is true. So we will be surprised, Joshua, tomorrow to see a Rabbi Kwakwanso joining APCs. And that day, everybody will clap. All these people who are now calling names, doing all sorts of things. Unfortunately, there are always victims of this deceit. Some people who may even go to the streets to demonstrate with all their life and get killed. At the end of the day, they just die for nothing. What the Yorubas will say, lost Naza or something like that. So, it is difficult, my brother, to conclude that this man is just looking ahead of the godson. Sorry, the godfather.
The godfather.
And then at the end of the day, join. Just like Zebulon said, APC knows the strength of
Kwakwashiam.
and Kwakwashiam movement is like a train. Once you push it, once you put it on, they continue moving in whatever direction until you change it. So these are people that they know can even turn people against them if they don't play their cards very well.
Yeah.
And playing their cards very well is trying to move the main fish into the sea. So that the man who has gone ahead will not, he may crush somewhere along the line. It's not difficult. And the Northerners are such that once they have a belief, they don't go back. Unlike some of people in other regions who can ask questions, who is everyone? Through his editor, does he pay my transport?
Does he feed my family?
Yeah. This is an editor. He commands all the respect, he has all the power. That's the mentality over there. This is our godfather, this is our man. So whatever the situation, these people who resign from government, it doesn't happen in the South. It's not rampant here. Though, if I meet now, what am I going to do going forward? But this one will just like based on principle, based on conviction that this man that I believe in will not leave me.
All right, let's look at there's something you said that I think I need to re-emphasize because it's important that we do so. During the 2023 governorship election in Kano State, you know that people were killed. Yes, because of how fierce the contest was. So, and I think it's important for people to understand that, look, especially for the Talakawa ones. I mean, the Talakawa, I think that you call them, the ordinary people. You don't need to go and kill yourself for politicians and then, put your life on the line, because at the end of the day, politicians have a way of always, going back together to and move on and leave you behind. I think it's really important that people should understand that, look, when it comes to election, all you need to do is just go and vote and go back to your house. You don't need to go and kill yourself get yourself killed for anybody, because at the end of the day, these guys have a way of, reconciling and then moving on and then leaving you behind.
And that is the reason there is need for voter education.
Yes.
And the type of people that are under these Kwakwashiam movements are largely uneducated people that don't even know the difference between their right and their left. And they just move when their leaders say move. They don't process any information. And that is why it's very difficult and dangerous. So the APC should also be very, very careful in whatever decision the party may decide to take that may snowball into a conflagration that could now consume human beings. Because I see a danger. Now that you still had crossover to APC, don't forget that we had 2 emirs in Kano State.
That's another factor.
One is on the Abuja-backed emir. Another one was backed by the governor.
And it was the election of this guy who has moved to APC now. And that brought about that emergence of killings in Kano State.
Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi was supported by the one that had moved to APC now. Now that he had moved to APC, there could be a pressure on him. There could be pressure on him to now bring back the deposed emir and recognize him. And now you see a lot of crisis.
And he won't say no.
Yeah, he won't say no. So that could also snowball into a serious crisis in Kano State. So a lot of things may evolve as a result of the defection of this. So we cannot just be looking at it as political defection. There are many angles and many possibilities that could happen in Kano
exactly.
Before the 2027 election.
All right, why we hope and then pray that the APC and indeed the government, both at the federal and state level, will be able to manage the situation very well, so as not to create a crisis that could, lead to loss of life
of innocent people.
Yeah, of innocent people. And then we hope and they will be able to do that right before and even before and during the 2027 election. Just before we wrap up, gentlemen, there's this insinuation that the president might be going for a Christian running mate in 2027, and that he might eventually drop Shetima and go for a Christian, vice president. So some names have been thrown up, but I don't really want us to go into that. But I'm going to ask you, Chuka, do you see the possibility of the president dropping Shetima and going for a Christian vice president? Of course, there are people from the north, for instance, the Minister of Culture and that Anatu Musawa has pointedly warned that if you drop Shetima, look, you're going to face the wrath of a northern Muslim. But again, people are also saying, look, it is possible that the Shetima might be dropped by Tinubu and then go for a Christian vice president this time around in 2027. What's your take on this?
Just look at these two scenarios. The first is the fact that there might be pushback, serious pushback from northern Muslims if the Tinubu tries or does something like that. The second one is to bring in the issue of Trump and his interest in Nigerian Christians. The whole idea, nobody knows why what is going on. That the genocide, the killing going on in Nigeria is targeted at Christians. If the government wants to prove that Christians are also part of Nigeria, I think the best thing for the president is to tell the world that we are not religious fanatics or our conclusions are not based on religion. But the other side of it is that the people would like to take votes from northern, especially the northeast, where
Shetima comes from.
And don't forget that the first time this idea was submitted, there were some rumblings from that side of the country that if this happens, this will happen. Like this will decide that. This was it is very difficult for Joshua to say, oh, this is from where to do this. But in a normal run of events, the best people we should drop the second and take the president to balance what has been happening in the country over time. He's the only first president to go the way he went today and succeeded.
That is from 1999 to date.
So for him to have succeeded does not mean that people are happy with what he did. That we are the only thing that in the country where we live, people just make noise and end there. In some class, perhaps people that are not free, Christian. And don't forget that we have a very large Christian community or Christian population in Nigeria. Why do you just sideline the goal of that and then say, oh, it's about Muslims? Why you chose the Muslims anyway? Because you wanted perhaps that would give you ultimate
political advantage.
Yes, and it did. But based on these two
yes.
the trauma
aspect.
Perhaps people may compare.
All right.
To go that way.
Okay, thank you. Zeb, your take on this? I mean, just in a few seconds.
No, I don't think I have anything to say different from what Mr. Chuka has said, because in the first place, what President did in 2022 ahead of the election by choosing another Muslim was insensitive. It was wrong. And now that Christianity has come to focus and pushing it from outside the country. I think the best thing for the party to do this time around should be to look into it and now balance it up. Because Nigeria is a country, a secular state that has too many interests, and you cannot just use one interest and promote one interest against the other. So I think that error should be corrected. It doesn't matter who may feel offended. I think the APC has some mechanism to call the interested parties to the table and put the card, and they trash it out and said, "We are sorry, we made a mistake in the initial time. We have to correct the mistake." And I'm not sure that anybody will die for it. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for very insightful analysis. This has been the Reflections Nigeria. In the last 30 minutes or thereabout, we've been talking about the defection of Governor Abba Yusuf from the NNPP to the APC, and of course, just also touch on the possibility of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu dropping his Vice President, Kashim Shettima, to pick a Christian Vice President in 2027. We see how that will be. I mean, people are, waiting to see what will happen eventually. But we pray that, or we hope that the right thing will be done, and at the end of the day, Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you so very much for viewing. My name is Joshua Bassi. Until we come again next week, thank you, and keep watching Business Day Television.
Hello everyone, my name is Obidiko Kafo and you are welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odd podcast. Today we have a very special person, and he's one person who has taken his passion for making the world a better place, and he has made it electric. And you'll be just as amazed as I am of how he's been able to, even though he was living abroad, he decided, let me come back home and do something that will not just impact the country, but also the continent. We have with us today Dr. Sam Faleye. And it's an honor and a privilege for us on Triumph Against All podcast to be with him. So just don't go anywhere. Let's get into this. It's nice to meet you. Honestly, it's an honor to meet you personally.
Thank you so much.
It's nice to have you on Triumph Against Odds podcast. Like I explained earlier, the podcast just focuses on, business people like yourselves, talking about, your stories, how you're able to, despite all the issues, resilience has pushed you and made you to go far. So I'll just, rewind it back, take it back a bit. To understand a little bit about, your background and everything. So my first question is, how did your background as a physician and entrepreneur in the US prepare you for leading an electric vehicle company in Nigeria?
Well, thank you for, thank you for the time. Basically, I think as a physician, a lot of the training is inbuilt in you to really be able to handle a lot of data, be able to have a lot of resilience, and the training is long, so you learn all these things. So a lot of physicians end up knowingly or unknowingly to themselves to be just natural entrepreneurs, because a lot of training. But that is that in my own case, I just have always been interested in science, engineering, and tech. In fact, I had a very hard time deciding whether I wanted to be an engineer or a doctor. But I did medicine, finished in '91, University of Ilorin, and I went to the US, specialized in internal medicine, and also now specialized in this relatively new field then called clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology in healthcare.
Yes.
So that's kind of my segue into tech, because a lot of people say, what's a doctor doing in this? That's just my own story, and that is kind of how, so I've always been in tech. And then I'm obviously getting involved in understanding renewables, loving the whole renewables idea, the need to save our planet, greenhouse gases, emissions, how that affects things. And so that's how I started getting involved in electric vehicle. I've been driving EVs since 2012. And the first one I drove, I said to myself, this thing is going to change the world.
True.
And, so I practiced for 5 years at that point.
Okay.
And I said, well, look, this is something I think is definitely going to work in Africa, because the climate story in Africa is not necessarily only about climate story. It's also how we are able to economically benefit from renewables. So that's how I got involved in it. So that's just my story.
You've called the African diaspora a key driver of the continent's future. What personal moment or realization sparked that belief for you?
Well, a few things. Interestingly, some of us ran out of Nigeria. You remember those days when they say Andrew is checking out. Okay, so some of us, we ran, because of the way things are. But when you really think about it, some very pivotal data. As at 2020, the IMF or World Bank released the data that every year $20 billion is remitted back to Nigeria by diaspora.
Wow.
Yes, and this is information that is actually well known. So, and if you look around, say even just the US, I'm not talking about the West, Germany, UK, all over Europe. In the US today, there's any university that gives a higher degree, PhD, masters, multiple Nigerian professors there. So this is not a strange, so this is all talent.
Yes.
Now, time is right for that talent, as some of this talent in the US are going through a tough time with immigration right now.
True.
And this is just raw talent ready for the country to benefit from. There's financial benefits. Can you imagine if for the last 10 years you have removed that $20 billion from Nigeria's economy every year for 10 years? What difference would have been made? So Nigeria has a huge responsibility, and so that statement is coming from all of that. Not even talking about the engineers, lawyers, doctors, professors. So the Nigerian diaspora is very pivotal and this is not just Nigeria. I'm talking about the entire African
subcontinent, of course.
Yeah.
So, building Africa's first all EV assembly plant couldn't have been smooth sailing. Can you share a moment when the dream nearly unraveled?
Well, look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges.
Okay.
Because if you do, it's going to end you in terms of your aspirations. You have to look at the opportunities. So in terms of our own situation, luckily we had the ability to privately fund this company. That was vital. So, and look, people talk about EVs.
Yes.
Worldwide, there's nothing innovative about electric vehicles. It's just we are now, we've been through a period slightly pre-COVID, after COVID, where we've gone through tremendous economic challenges, right?
True.
So if not for those, you would have seen electric vehicles here earlier. Right? So in spite of that, people are adopting EVs, by the way, significantly.
True.
So having said that, it is clear that, we knew the fact that we were the first to really say, okay, look, we're going to be in automobile manufacturing. We are only going to do EVs, period. So we put all that egg in that basket, knowing that Nigerians were not buying EVs, knowing that in Nigeria there were 750,000 used cars, and every year, yes, and only 10% of those cars total are manufactured or assembled in Nigeria. And I'm not talking just cars, I'm talking trucks, Anamco, Innocent. So knowing that, but it made sense though. When you look at the data, there are certain things that now it's easy to pay attention to those things. Back then it was difficult to pay attention to those things. Number one, while Nigerians were paying 180 naira a liter, petrol was 1,200 naira a liter equivalent in Ghana, slightly more in Abidjan. So if you're also paying attention to World Bank data, you will see the way that Nigeria's economy was. Okay? And then you could see how much of Nigeria's gross domestic product was going into the fuel subsidy.
True.
So it was clear actually that the subsidy itself was preventing Nigeria from achieving some things. Forget about the political, just look at the... So the truth is that now it's easy to see. Back then, these things were already there. So we were coming in knowing that, okay, look, it's only a matter of time. The government will be so broke that they cannot pay this thing. So it was almost a waiting game, but we said, okay, while this is going on, let us go and start doing the work. So it took 5 years till we started manufacturing. It was not supposed to take that long. So you can say, what were the challenges? Yes, we were supposed to have started manufacturing November 2023. Of course, a lot of challenges also came with the new administration, just how import licenses worked, the way tariffs worked, the way this was a new government. So a lot of things were different. That also caused part of and then the fact that the government had pivoted to CNG. It's not that they weren't supporting EV, but the CNG was seen as a more direct path to at least bringing the cost down. So but again, the ease of doing business in Nigeria is tough, but all of these things we already put in. We came to do this. So it's like you give yourself no options to fail, but a lot of times when you go into, it doesn't matter. We were dogged. We said whatever it is, but of all those things, at least we had the funds to fund this. If not for that, I think yes, because the budget has changed a few times. But again, you have two options. Anytime you have a plan, you have two options. You can choose to look at the negatives, or you can choose to look at the positives. The one thing looking at the negatives will do for you is it will discourage you, it will weaken you, it will change your resolve. That definitely will happen. If you look at the positives, then you have, you're optimistic. You say, okay, if we can get to this next point, let's get to this next point. So yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier. Yeah, so that's just our own story. I'm not going to say things haven't happened, but look, you just have to, if you want to do something, you know, I know a certain percentage of situations would fail, but at least we were, you know, some of the percentage that at least we'll be able to achieve. You know, some people will succeed. So yeah, so that's just our own story. I'm not saying there are no challenges. There are many challenges. The economy, I'm sure you understand what the economy was 3 years ago, tough. Somehow people are maybe beginning to get optimistic.
Optimistic. Yeah.
There is some optimism. You know, diaspora people are coming in to do things. The Nigerians themselves are not losing hope and doing things. That is Nigerians who are domiciled here. And again, I have a favorite saying, follow the money.
Follow the money. Yeah.
Always follow the money. By the time venture capitalists say they are investing more in Africa, okay. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, by the time the government is encouraging, the government is spending in some positive manners, they are developing infrastructure. I just read where the Muritala Mohammed International Airport is going to get a massive, which is overdue. You know, this country is only going to develop economically.
True.
So I think economically the country has reached a nadir. And, you know, they say sometimes the only option is to go up.
Is to go up.
Okay. So, yeah. So, you know, I mean, the challenges are there. But yeah, so it's a difficult environment to do business, but the government is also working to do things. You just have to, you know, go and work, and then, you know, the things happen. We did not wait for things to happen. We just, even the road to our factory, we tarred by ourselves.
Yeah, very true.
So, but okay. What if we decided to wait? We'll still be waiting now. Yeah.
So then, still be talking from the beginning. What is one belief, now that you think about it, now that you reflect, what was one belief that you had at the beginning when you started Saglev that you had to either unlearn or evolve?
That's a very interesting question. But what is also interesting is when you are abroad, you hear a lot of very discouraging news that is not true. Okay. People will say, oh, Nigeria, you have to pay 10 million bribe, or you have to, you know, honestly, people might say, oh, it's because we are bringing this innovation. Everybody wants
to be
that. But nobody has asked us for bribe in 5 years. What we have done is we make them understand this is what we want to do. Then they buy into it and they say, okay, look, at the end of the day, I don't know of any Nigerian out there that wants Nigeria to take steps back. So maybe other people have a different story, but I'm telling you, but this is what we have. You know, so yes, we have not seen the kind of things. Now, is there corruption? There is corruption in the United States. Terrible corruption.
There's corruption everywhere.
There's legalized corruption actually in the United States. So again, that's one of the things. Security. Security is tough, but honestly speaking, our experience has not been, I'm not saying you should not be security conscious, but at the same time, there are very little things you do that you would do if you were in New York. Well, why should you not do it in Lagos? Should you be spraying millions of naira at a party and then you now go to, and if somebody comes after you because they believe there's just some common wisdom, you know. Should you be out every day at 3 a.m. at parties? So all I'm saying is that the security situation is overblown. Okay? Look, there are as many people succeeding in Nigeria daily. That's just things that, okay. So why is it that we are so eager to push the negative narrative? And I'm talking to diaspora people. Why don't you come to Nigeria, come and look? And look, part of it is I see people in diaspora that say, I'm going to Nigeria and I want to make it in 1 year. Where does that happen? Come here, study, learn, understand, make your plan, then execute. Sure. So again, people come and say, oh, the things are going to happen to you because you don't even have you're not equipped with the appropriate, So again, a lot of things are learned, but some of the data that I like to show is very stark data that we don't automatically think about it. One example. 1 out of 5 black people worldwide are Nigerians.
Yes.
Do you know that? Okay. 1 out of 4 Africans are Nigerians, approximately. Okay. Now, if you take the whole of America and say how many Americans are criminals, I don't know what the percentage, but that have been convicted of a crime. Let us say 2%, 3%, right? So take 220 million Nigerians and take 2% of that. I don't know, let's not do too much math. You are going to find every society has, so you can choose to look at whatever percentages are criminals, or you can also choose to look at whatever percentage of those Nigerians are professors of medicine. Now, we know these Nigerians are some of the top educated immigrants into the United States. Yes. Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. Look at medical doctors. Look at professors of engineering, science, there are NASA engineers who are Nigerians. Okay. Now, think about it. Why are we focusing on, when you are focusing on the bad news, focus on the good news at the same time. And I'm not talking about Nigerians or diaspora, I'm talking about the whole world. So I think there's a little bit of unfairness there. While you're talking about the people doing fraud, talk about the success stories. So because when you're abroad, you start buying into these narratives. And I have to tell you, I was one of those. I was so panicked for many years about coming back. And yes, there is the right time for everything. And when my own time came, but at the same time, I asked myself, we have to be careful what you buy in. All I'm telling diaspora people is, during December time, buy your tickets. There is plenty of short stay. Get your Airbnb. If you feel you need security, get security. Come and look. And then, if you look and you find out it's not for you, okay, go back. But your family here, help them to invest in the EV ecosystem. Help them to invest in, contribute. It's not all diaspora people that will come back. But, let's not perpetuate this story because it's an unfair story. And I think the government, I'm not going to tell the government what to do. But I think we should be running CNN adverts, GSTV, Europe, Sky News. We should be running adverts saying, this is not true. This is what Nigerians are doing. So, all I'm saying is, but again, that's just my own lessons. So the story on the ground is very often different. Very much often different.
So how did you design SAGLEF to be resilient and be able to, you see all the challenges, but you are still able to build a company that is able to, scale through whatever is in front of you?
So we are still a new company. We've just actually started operations, in terms of assembling. So that is the answer is to be determined. Are we resilient? Are we to be determined? We shall see. We can do all our best to be very frugal. Don't overdo things. Every program we have a pilot program, and then proof of concept. Then we do it in all our lines of business, ride hailing, fleets, mass transit, private market. We adopt that model. We learn, and then we reiterate, and yes. So to be determined. You ask a question that is very much TBD, to be determined. Yes.
Okay, so how do you personally manage the emotional weight of leading a high-stakes, capital-heavy business when things aren't going to plan?
I don't think it's any different in this industry than any. Personally, how I do it is you need some amount of just emotional strength, emotional intelligence on how to deal with, and then try to absorb as much of the shock as opposed to your staff. So there are a lot of life skills involved in that. At the end of the day, you just have to deal with it somehow, understanding that the buck stops with you. So, sometimes it's a good thing because okay, I have to solve this problem.
True.
If we have a funding shortfall, if we have a challenge, if we can't clear things. So knowing that if I don't solve this problem, it's not going to get solved. So that is actually a good thing. So you just understand, okay, I got to hunker down and solve this problem. And then the humility to ask for help. Look, let me tell you, people who have dealt with me know I've called, I tell people I need a mentor. Anybody, when I meet a bank CEO, I tell them, sir, look, I need a mentor. Do you mind if I call you up? I don't know it all. In fact, I don't. By the way, I'm not even an industry in which I'm professionally trained, right? Yeah, so I think that's part of it. People know, at least the people I've interacted, I tell them, sir, can I call you up for advice? Can I? Yeah, because it's critical. You don't know it all. And if you are going to sit down in your own silo and not ask for help, you will pretty much die in that silo. Yeah, so those are the tricks, anybody that I feel is out there, I'm ready to ask for help. How have you handled this? So a lot of what we have learned quickly has come from people in different industries who know better. And as long as you keep, doing that, I think, trust me, I have no problem asking for help. It's just generic to what we do.
If you had no limits, regulatory, financial, or any other thing, what's the boldest move you make for African mobility?
Oh, wow.
If you had no limits.
No limits. Are you talking about financial limit or political
financial
rules?
Limit, political, regulatory. Oh, wow. You had no limits. What is the boldest move?
That's very interesting. That's a question that's new to me, but I think I would mandate that there is funding for electric mobility.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Because there's no doubt that it's beneficial. There's no doubt that this ecosystem is self-generating in terms of jobs.
True.
Because I've started, I refer to it as an ecosystem. You have the EV, you have people who are going to build the EV, you have people who are going to train them, you have people who are going to do charging, people who are going to install charging, people who are going to monitor, then people who are going to market, people who are, it's just, so I think that there's important, and then look, this is a piece of technology, if you can call it a piece of technology, that is going to drop the cost of power by 80%. Where in civilization is that really happening? So that is my own, is to make sure that, and there's a very easy way to do it. Look, I hope the people in banking will not attack me for this, but the average major Tier 1 bank in Nigeria is probably banking 1 billion naira a week. If my figures are right, you know, okay. So I think the government should start telling them that, look, you need to have products that are financing, and I think they are starting to get some ESG requirements, but I think the government should start mandating. But the way to mandate it is carrot and stick, is to say, okay, look, we are getting ready to give you incentives, maybe it's a tax, but you have to fund in this industry. Because at the end of the day, banks do well in this country. You know, so I think it's time for them to definitely pay. But again, don't let me attack banks unfairly, because I do not know of any major bank that has not called up and said, let's talk. Okay. How do we get involved in ESG? So I think, you know, it's happening. I think the government can say, okay, look, this industry needs to be financed. Because in ride hailing today, you really can't make a definitively adequate income to raise a family by not using an EV. True. It's the only way. True. We have over 70 drivers who are waiting for, they want EV but no financing today in this one company. So, you know, it is remarkable, but yeah. So those are, I guess, I hope those are adequate questions, adequate answers, but you asked a very, 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 very interesting question, actually. Okay. It's one that I probably should think about.
Think about.
Yes.
So before we wrap things up, I also wanted to ask, on a lighter note, what's the one talent that you feel that you have that you've not really explored? And then what do you do when you're not talking about EVs and trying to fix the African mobility ecosystem?
Very interesting. You should have invited some of my friends, because you have to ask them. They know me better, you know. But I think that I just have a little bit of the talent for being dogged on one. It's like a different kind of, not ADHD, maybe autism. I just think I tend to stick to one problem and knock on it for longer than most people are prepared. I don't mind sitting at home a whole weekend and not step out of my house because something is bothering me. Maybe there is a particular problem, and so my mind will not leave that problem until I feel, and I don't mind spending, okay, but again, it's my friends or the people that are closest to me that, you know, and then maybe I just like to I just like to explore ideas. I don't mind exploring ideas. You know, I'm just looking for ideas. My staff will I tell them, we are not leaving this boardroom today until everybody has contributed. So if you want to stay here for hours, stay here. Everybody needs to come up with, you know, speak up. You know, the only stupid answer is the one that was not asked. Yeah. So that's, you know, but again, it's people that know me, work with me, you know, and it also translates to the fact that I can get frustrated if, ideas are not, part of it is what drives me to say, okay, let's find a solution. So, that is the one thing, to be very, very dogged, determined, and not get, really stick to a problem, see it to the end before you go on to another problem. That is what that comes to my mind.
Okay, so, but in terms of what do you do when you're not doing EVs?
So I do a lot. As you know, I'm a private pilot. If I wasn't here and I wasn't practicing now, I'd probably be much more advanced in terms of, I love aeroplanes. I love anything mechanical. So I'm a private pilot. I don't fly here. I have a son who's a pilot too, so I probably will do more flying. I used to watch a lot of movies. I don't watch movies as much, but I love documentaries. I am a news addict. People know me that you come to my house, you're going to watch CNN until your head flies off. So, I play tennis. I've not been playing tennis for a long time, so I'm now a member of a Koi Club. I'm going to go. So those are the things I do. It's a little bit boring. I'm not the guy, I'm not the guy at parties every weekend, or it's just who I am. I'm not saying there's anything. It's just that, I tend to like to do my things, So that's what I do. What else do I do? Yeah, I like to, go around, see what's happening, even take a walk. Those are the kind of things they say, oh, that's too nerdy. You know what a nerd is? But look, don't forget, when you're a doctor, you've only done few things. There is go to school, and you have not done so many other things, and that becomes your life. Right? I am much happier pursuing an academic endeavor than, it's just what I know how to do, and that's what so for me, that is it. It's, so, the average person might say, oh my God, that's so boring. Okay, it's just what I know how to do.
Okay, so on a final note, and this question for me is a question that packs a lot of things, but it's a very simple question. What do you wish someone had told you before entering into EVs? Something that might have saved you time, money, or peace of mind.
Oh, wow. What do I wish somebody... wow. I think... So two things come to mind. First of all, is the level of interest of people to invest in something that has not been proven. Now everybody wants to jump into investing in this company, right? But we did not think we would have to completely fund this company by ourselves. We thought, oh, we'll get investment from here and here. So if somebody had told me that, listen, because venture capitalists want to make money, if the pathway to... So that is one aspect. The other aspect is, if somebody had told me we needed to do more work on funding buyers of lower level EVs, the ride hailing, because those are the EVs that are making an impact. Look, if somebody is buying a 200 million naira EV, they have options.
True.
So that particular EV itself is not really, that's a choice. That person can buy a G-Wagon and be driving it everywhere. But if you are able to fund somebody with a 27 million EV, that EV is much more impactful. So therefore, those EVs in those lower segments, we probably should have planned to get more funding early on. Now, having said that, realizing that has also allowed us to partner. There are a lot of banks who are now saying, oh, okay, look, we definitely need to fund this because there's a lot of business opportunity. Those are the two things. The fact that, funding, and then, look, now people see the pathway, right? It's obvious now. 5 years ago, I don't know of any VC that would have been interested. So that's why we just said, look, we're going to fund this company ourselves. Let's just go and start work. So I think the reluctance of, people who are venture capitalists want to see, at that time it wasn't obvious, but now I think a lot of people are willing to invest in the EV ecosystem.
Okay.
As opposed to prior. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Having us here, and thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Sure, thank you.
We are happy to have you. And We look forward to seeing how we can
we should have
continue
more
collaborating,
conversations.
more
Particularly
conversations
where you guys come in is how to educate the population.
Very true.
There's a lot people assume about EVs that it's just not true.
Not true.
Yeah.
I totally agree. So let's see how we can keep this conversation going.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So that was it, folks. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Triumph Against Odds. Like we always say here at Triumph Against Odds, stay resilient and have a blessed week. Thank you.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odds podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream.
Business Day Mobile. For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, We build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
And this is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria signals tariff review at US trade talks in Lagos. And the Nigerian military ranks 33rd globally, 3rd in Africa in 2026 index. Massive crypto wipeouts, 273,244 traders liquidated as Bitcoin crashes to a 1.3k US dollars. And one MFB processes 412 trillion naira in 2025 with lost 1 trillion naira loans. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. That Nigeria is rethinking its tariffs as part of an effort to curb food inflation and ease access to production inputs, signaling a possible trade policy change as price pressure mounts. This disclosure came at the second ministerial meeting of the Nigeria United States Commercial and Investment Partnership in Lagos. Under a 5-year trade framework signaled in 2024. They said the Ministry of Finance has been making a tariff review aimed at recalibrating trade measures to improve industrial competitiveness. And manufacturers have previously warned that import duties on essential inputs combined with foreign exchange rate at the dollar, coupled with logistics costs, and weakening domestic output. The Nigerian Hand Forces have been ranked 33rd globally and 3rd in Africa, and this is according to the 2026 Global Firepower Index, highlighting the country's continued military relevance despite ongoing internal security challenges. Nigeria achieved a power index score of 0.6097 in the 2026 Global Firepower Index, which ranks the military strength of more than 145 countries worldwide. This composite assessment considers multiple factors, including manpower, land, air, and naval assets, budgets, and strategic positioning. The data shows that the United States, Russia, and China maintain their positions as the world's strongest militaries, ranking 1st, 2nd, and 3rd respectively, with power indices of 0.074, 0.079, and 0.0919 respectively. And still on, Bitcoin dropped to a new 6-week low of slightly over 81.3 thousand US dollars in the last hour, according to reports. The most obvious cause of this recent disaster is probably growing concerns about a possible American attack on Iran. CoinGlass data indicates that 273,244 traders were liquidated in the last day, totaling 1.70 billion US dollars, as the biggest liquidation order ever occurred on HTX, worth 81 million US dollars in BTC USDT. The correction was primarily brought about by shifts in Washington policy, such as President Donald Trump's announcement on Friday that he would select his next nominees for Federal Reserve Chairman. President Trump is expected to nominate Kevin Walsh, a current professor at Stanford University and former governor of the Federal Reserve from 2006 to 2011. Coming up, MoneyPoint MFB processes 412 trillion naira transaction in 2025 and disburses 1 trillion naira loans. We bring this and more after the short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. It's still on the Nigerian scene. MoneyPoint Microfinance Bank says it processed transactions worth 412 trillion naira and disbursed more than 1 trillion naira in loans in 2025, according to its parent company, MoneyPoint Inc. The figure released in its 2025 year-end review showed fintech powering about 80% of Nigeria's in-person payments, processing over 14 billion transactions, while its online gateway, Monify, handled 25 trillion naira. The company says most loans go to small and medium businesses, with beneficiaries recording average growth of over 6%. It has more than 6 million active businesses using transaction data to assess credit worthiness. MoneyPoint also expanded savings products, launched MoneyBook, secured a national and enabled international card payments. Founded in 2015, it raised over $200 million in 2020. Away from that story, the Naira extended its rally in the foreign exchange market on Thursday, shaking 1,385 Naira to US dollar weakened. Central Bank of Nigeria shows the currency significantly in the official foreign exchange market, reflecting domestic conditions. The development comes in shifting expectations for the U.S. side of domestic reforms, between excess liquidity and transparency. Data from the Nigerian foreign exchange market show a strong momentum in the official market. Nigeria's performance trading session, while the US dollar came under pressure and the its a witness in the trial of former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele on Thursday told the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Abuja that 6.23 trillion million US dollars was withdrawn from the CBN's Garki branch. The disclosure was contained in a statement issued by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission on Thursday, January 2026. And according to the witness, the money was allegedly intended for election-related expenses, including payment to election observers. The withdrawal was processed through fraudulent approval. Director at CBN and the 11th prosecution witness for the public in January 2023 by individual in question theft. The FCC statement shows that the witness said to recommend someone as he could not go present. He collected the 6.23 million US dollars from the Garki branch up to 1.5 million US dollars. It's left with him and so in the Nigerian routine, Lagos State has launched a statewide initiative to identify documents estimated to be worth about 3 trillion naira. The initiatives aim at use and unlock economic value, significantly boosting internally generated according to a statement posted on the state government market acquisition of land parcels outside of the record. The government said the initiative is designed to of new initiatives and airlines record 10.3% passenger growth 5 IAT. This and more after this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is still the news update, and on the African tin, African Airlines recorded a 10.3% surge in passenger traffic in December 2025, one of the region's strongest monthly performances, according to the International Air Transport Association. For the full year, passenger demand rose 7.8%, while capacity increased 6.5%, pushing Africa's load factor to a record 74.9%, despite remaining the lowest globally. Globally, air travel demand hit record high in 2025, led by international travel, as Africa's December growth outpaced other regions and reflected strong holiday travel and improving connectivity. December's surge was mirrored at major hubs led by Cairo, Johannesburg, and Addis Ababa Airport, underscoring a sustained recovery for African aviation after years of disruption. The data also highlights rising regional mobility, stronger airline balance sheets, and renewed investor confidence across the continent in the aviation market. And also, Madagascar has lifted a 16-year moratorium on new mining permits for the most mineral, the government said late on Thursday, ending a suspension imposed in 2010 to overhaul mining governance and the legal framework. Mining is central to the island nation economy, with major exports including nickel, cobalt, graphite, and lignite. The Ambatovi Nickel Cobalt project remains the flagship operation, drawing foreign investment and generating significant export earnings. Mines Minister Carl said permits are essential for operators and investors to function legally, explaining the decision to resume license issuance. The government data showed about 1,650 permit applications were pending in 2023. However, the moratorium on gold permits will remain, and authorities cite large gaps between declared gold output, just over 13 kilograms last year, widespread artisanal mining, admitting weak regulation, and limiting monitoring capacity. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to impose a 50% tariff on Canadian aircraft and decertify planes made in Canada in retaliation for Ottawa's refusal to approve several U.S.-made Gulfstream jets. The warning, posted on social media on Thursday, singled out Canadian certification process as illegal and included Bombardier Global Express business jets targeted, rather than the manufacturer to say it's told the Canadian government. The same executive order, Trump also pledged new tariff for companies as oil to Canada, coming amid wider economic disputes and diplomatic tensions over certification, assets, and shifting global trade ties. And still on, Trump has also warned that it is very dangerous for the UK to do business with China. Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrived in Shanghai on the third day. At the premiere, Trump called Xi a friend and threatened to over China deal with Canada. Brian said Trump was wrong. Britain engages eyes open. Trump visits China in April. Sakai said ties were strong of limited access to speed trade cuts and £10.9 billion AstraZeneca investment to operation private intelligence. The US is a UK top partner and China is fourth. Business leaders praised the visit as successful. Starmer goes to Shanghai, Tokyo, British side security risk, abuses, Jimai Lai, and the Chinese embassy. Prime Minister Jabi said intelligence agency manage risk. And we bring you the sport news after the show. Stay with us. Governing body FIFA has distanced itself from calls to ban after 2025 win from the 2026 World Cup following unrest in the Africa Cup of Nations 2025 in Morocco. Suggested that the football authorities in Africa were considering full defense against the line over the final against competition. Federation of African Football has already imposed disciplinary and financial sanctions on both Senegal and Morocco after chaotic scenes during the final. The 1-0 extra time victory was overshadowed by a controversial video of a system referee decision late in the match. To end the news, President Bola Tinubu, alongside the Nigeria Football Federation and the National Football Commission, Eagles forward following the passing of his mother, Sarah Chukwueze. Statement released on Thursday by the Special Conference on Information and Structure trial on the President extended conference Thursday. The President described the loss as a significant blow, especially coming at a time when the community any tragedy Toronto, this loss is affecting professional team players, extraordinary families of personal. This will wrap up the Business Day television news updates this afternoon. To follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I am Thanks for watching.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many?
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Day Television, and this is Behind the Headlines. My name is Elizabeth Musa. On Behind the Headlines, we go behind the headlines to see who wrote the story, why they wrote the story, and where we're headed. Today on Behind the Headlines, we're checking out 5 Go Local industries Nigeria must bet on in 2026. And of course, I've got the writer with me here in the studio. Stephen Oyekwelu is right here. He wrote this story. He's going to be telling us all about the story. Welcome to the show, Stephen.
Thank you, Lizzie.
It's good to have you in the studio today. It's been quite a while. I'll say Happy New Year. Happy New Day.
Yeah.
Happy Friday. Thank you for being in our studio today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Right. Let's talk about these 5, this story which you wrote. 5 Go Local industries Nigeria must bet on in 2026. Talk to us real quick about these 5 industries that Nigeria must bet on in 2026 and why you have decided to highlight these 5 industries?
Yeah. Okay, let me first give the context for the Go Local project at BusinessDay. So it's a project that through which we want to, that we promote the use of local materials. So be this the use of, it could be textile, it could be agriculture, agro-processing. But the aim is to consume local so that we'll grow the naira and grow the economy, right? And so it's in that context that we did the story. So these 5 industries, and you will see how related, how important they are also. The first one is agro-processing. So you know that one challenge we have in Nigeria, although it's changing, is that we export raw materials. There's that midstream that we need to, so processing is important. And this is an area where problems are also investment opportunities, if you like. So agro-processing will be very important, right? And that's an industry we need to bet on. And like I said, there are already some businesses doing things in this area. The other is the creative and cultural industry. So your musical industry, your Nollywood. So that creative industry. The other, then we have there's fertilizer. You may say this goes back to agro-processing, but this is different because this is agro-input in the sense that, and it's also a value chain. The petrochemical industry, one thing the Dangote refinery is betting big on is fertilizer, right? So that's already happening. Then we have so that's the third one, or is that the second one? So we have agro-processing, we have fertilizer, we have the creative industry. Then we have the consumer manufacturing in general, because we have about 220 million people, right? So, and when we say consumer manufacturing, it's all kinds of things. So even and again, it goes back to the agro-processing. So for those who are able to package things like, let's say, your plantain chips or even soap and things like this. So that's the fast FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. Then the fifth one is, I want to remember now, the fifth one is, I think we're done. We have 4.
Yeah, you talked about, let me highlight what you've mentioned.
Yes.
You mentioned the creative industry.
Yeah.
You mentioned the agro-processing.
Yes.
You mentioned the consumer industry. And you mentioned the first one you mentioned, I think it's manufacturing.
Yeah, the consumer, fast-moving consumer goods.
Yes, FMCGs.
Yes.
Then there's the last one that you've not mentioned.
Solid minerals.
Exactly.
So, and then in this area of solid minerals, and then in this time when we did a story on how solar is flipping, because the materials are not materials, the technology is becoming cheaper. So it's changing the narrative in the energy industry. So one solid material that is going to become big is lithium. And we have lithium, I think, in Nasarawa State or so. So we have lithium deposits. And so that's also, so solid minerals generally, but lithium in particular is going to be big. Or we should bet big on solid minerals and then lithium in particular in 2026. Yeah.
So are there any economic factors or indicators that, allowed you to narrow in on these 5 industries?
Yes, one is agriculture is the biggest contributor to Nigeria's gross domestic product. So, and it's also the biggest employer of labor in Nigeria, or the biggest employer of labor. And so the numbers are there. I think we can mention some of them, but it's about the contribution to GDP. Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. And especially, so you see potential contributors to the GDP, but then you find that there are many problems, challenges, if you like, because, like I said, problems, challenges also mean investment opportunities, because whoever is solving those problems would eventually reap the rewards. So it's based on the capacity, contribution to GDP.
Do you see Nigeria as being able to scale these sectors within 1 year? That's just within year 2026.
No, I think the idea is not to do all these things in 1 year because but it's to become more intentional about these sectors of the economy. So because if you want to invest, let's say in solid minerals, I mean, you need to get the licenses to mine. And sometimes that might take more than 1 year. But the aim is to then say, hey, this is where you may want to be looking at as an investor. But to say you scale all this in 1 year, I mean, that would be. But I think there are low-hanging fruits. For instance, for agro-processing, that's something. By the way, fertilizer, for instance, like I said, Dangote is already big on fertilizer. So that's already happening. And when I say Dangote, I mean Dangote refinery.
Yeah.
Then for agro-processing, there are already companies who are processing cashew nuts for export. But and then there are other agricultural produces that are ripe for this kind of investment. Your sesame, maybe your fruits, your mangoes, your oranges. So these are, and I think for this particular industry, it depends on your investment portfolio. I think that for agro processing, I think that's something that can easily scale in 12 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on how much you want to put into it. And so those are some for agro processing. I think it's a low hanging fruit, but there are others like your solid minerals that will take much longer to scale.
To scale. And do you see us having the government being able to come to play? And when I mean come to play, I'm talking about if there are some policy gaps, that the government must urgently fix to see this, to unlock private sector investment in these industries. Are there any policy gaps?
Often now, problem in Nigeria is it's not policy. We have all the right policies.
But is it the regulation? Or what do you think? What do you think is our problem?
Yeah, implementation often. For instance, again, for agro-processing, agro-processing for me is really a low-hanging fruit. And we have this policy we call the backward integration stuff. So meaning, go back, for companies that used to import raw materials. For instance, in the pharmaceutical industry, there is what you use to hold together the ingredients, the starch, is from cassava. So, and there's been this drive to do more cassava so that we produce more starch. But we export most of our cassava as raw material. But these are things we can process. So, often the challenge is not policy gaps, but more of enforcement. Yeah. And also, why not can give tax breaks to companies who decide that we are betting big on Nigeria or in a particular sector. Give them some tax breaks.
Really?
Yeah.
Tax breaks.
Yeah.
Especially now we're talking about tax.
Yeah.
And the conversation right now, you're talking about tax breaks.
Oh, but why not? So these are incentives, economic incentives. So I think it will even be more meaningful now. We're saying, we want to collect more. And often the problem is not even collecting more, but there are too many leakages, right? And so, you want to collect more, but we're saying because we see potential in this sector and we know how much this can contribute to our economic growth, we're saying, okay, we want to negotiate some tax breaks.
But that's cheating, though. Don't you think?
To do what?
If you give some of these companies, I'm just speaking like an ordinary Nigerian.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Right. While I understand the potential in these industries, and then I'm thinking as an ordinary Nigerian, or maybe this is not how another CEO will think, but I'm just thinking from a point of just being an ordinary Nigerian and hears that XYZ company is they have some tax break, and then this company has to pay taxes in perhaps even billions. It looks like
I see your point. Tax is a tool. It's an economic tool, right? And the way I see it is, you're saying but of course it will be negotiated. we're not just saying, oh, don't pay taxes. We're saying for you to be designed, for you to get, I don't know, X amount of tax break or tax exemption, you have to contribute so and so.
Okay.
So it's not as if it's free of charge. No.
Oh, so I hear you on that. So at least there's a little bit of a design to it.
Yes,
so that makes sense then. Yeah, that makes sense. So speaking about the local environment that we are, how can this local content policies be strengthened in a way that doesn't actually discourage foreign direct investment?
Yeah. I think that will come to maybe the ownership structure of these companies, right? I know that sometimes there's a tendency to say, oh, it has to be one way to do that is as you design the policies, you ensure that from the ownership structure of the companies that whoever it is that a foreign investor that's coming sees benefit. Yeah. And another way to do that is so you compare. What we're doing is not so new. There are African countries that have done it. So you look at what policies worked in those countries and
just basically do a comparative analysis, so to speak. So what's the role that the states and subnational government must play in accelerating these go local strategies? Are there any?
Well, but these investments or these sectors they are local in the sense that they are found in states. I give an example. So let's for lithium. If Nasarawa State, for instance, and then you have some lithium deposits in Nasarawa State. I'm just giving some random example, right? I don't know why I'm using lithium, but I think it's because of
because I've been shocked because you just keep going to lithium, and I'm saying to myself, is there something I need to know?
Yeah, that's the future because it's when you talk about electric cars, you talk about your renewables, the storage, the battery for storing doing the solar stuff. The best material to use is lithium. Yeah, so it's big, really. It's big. So let's say states that have lithium deposits. Yeah. They have roles to play, right? In the sense how you design contracts, how you determine who gets what in the deals. They make the laws in those states, right? And so they have a huge role to play, really. Because at the end of the day, I know that for solid materials, it's a little more complicated because they are here. Not that I hear. I know that natural resources, anything underneath the earth, it belongs to the federal government. So now but then the states can negotiate whatever arrangement it is to ensure that the companies who come to mine get favorable terms that do not, again, of course I'm begging the question in the sense that but to summarize, states and local economies have a role to play because at the end of the day they will be the ones to determine they know the local realities and they know and they are best placed to determine who gets what for structuring the deals. And let's say for agro processing too, these farms are in states and they are in local communities, and the local communities and the states have a role to play.
Yeah, my final question to you will be simply this. Now, if Nigeria fails to act on these priorities by 2026 or end of 2026, what do you think the likely economic consequences might be? I think here I'll now rephrase it because you've clearly said that, you're not just narrowing it into 2026. All of this can be achieved in 2026. But however, we have to consolidate on some of the things that we already know. So what could be the likely economic consequences? Or could you give us a timeline as to when we must act on these priorities?
think so. These things, you know how this Chinese proverb.
What's that?
The best time to plant a tree, to have planted a tree is yesterday. You know, so I think so the best time to have acted on these things probably would have been yesteryears, right? And so the next best time then is now. So we have to act now. Now the consequences are, we know the consequences. I give you one quick example. So when you go to Benue State, at the end of the harvest, let's say tomato season, right? You find that whatever you can't, they're not, the farmers are not able to immediately sell. They lose. If you see the post-harvest losses, it's mind-boggling. But agro-processing then will deal with these things, so you don't have to worry about your produce going bad, but they will be processed, and not only processed, but exported. No, but we need to consume first before we export from the surplus of what has been processed. Oranges, mangoes. Soon, I think in March, to be mango season, and that's how we don't get to process the surplus, and whatever we are not able to immediately consume, it goes bad, and so the consequences are already here with us, and we need to then mitigate by quickly acting on those things.
Absolutely. Like you said, the best time to plant a tree is yesterday. We will just leave it at that today on Behind the Headlines. Thank you very much, Stephen Oyekwelu, for joining us to talk about what's behind the headlines with the 5 local industries to bet on in 2026. I'm definitely going to be betting on the creative industry, as you know.
Yes,
Perhaps then I'll go to which industry is this one that you've been mentioning, lithium?
that's something to consider, so that you.
Which industry? What industry is that one again?
Solid minerals.
Solid minerals. Perhaps I should also think about that one. Well, we'll leave it here today. Thank you very much. Until next week, same time. Behind the Headlines will continue to take a look at all of these stories and what's behind the headlines. We'll be speaking directly to the right hand. That's why it's Business Day, because Business Day is where we do all of this research. And if you've not subscribed to Business Day Premium, you definitely should subscribe to Business Day Premium, where we have all of these premium stories that you would never get anywhere else. Business insight, economic insight, that will just help you make more informed decisions in your businesses, because that's the only way to get ahead. It said that if you don't reinvent today, you'll be losing tomorrow. So it's best to reinvent now. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until next week, stay safe.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector, without a shade of doubt.